Yeah, OBS decided that it didn't want me to have audio anymore. I wonder how long I've not had audio. It's not long, at least. Yeah. Every now and then, the audio in OBS just goes away. I should probably update OBS. It might fix the problem. It's just such a pain in the ass to update OBS that I don't like doing it. Because every time I update OBS, I have to install new plugins. Yeah, so it's in the entity manager. That's what I was saying as well. Like, yeah, it's in the entity manager. Um, but yes, I found the good documentation yesterday. It's this. This is like the good goods for documentation. This like explains everything, but actually explains it in more detail. And I'm just like, this is amazing. It's like exactly what I wanted. If you're gonna do that, I would probably just put this one in. This is it's because it's just it's this here from this particular documentation, right? Yeah. And then this comes with all this extra information that's really really good. But yeah, I found this and this explained the parenting thing where it's like all you have to do is attach a parent, right? Which when they say attach a parent, they make it sound like it's like something that you do. And it's like no, you have to attach the parent itself as an entity to the actual the struct. And it's effectively like this is a parent. Yeah. That's all it is. So this is parent. So what I need now is I need a wheel. Just want to say that before I forgot. Yeah. No worries. No worries. Public. So now this will be that. But what we also want is we want this. But like we also want the bake rendering. But I see I don't know if we actually care. So I'm trying to figure that one out. So I also found out that the width is very precise in these objects. We're learning. We're learning. We're actually doing that learning thing now. Yeah, no worries, man. Take your time. Okay, so let's add in our create empty object, and this will be a center of mass. I don't like that plus. Create a empty object. There we go. The center of mass will be right here. Oh, right, because this isn't the prefab. That's why. Hmm. Center of mass. So probably like right there might be good. There. And then if we come over to here, we can say center of mass. There. And then we've got the chassis. Then we've got the suspension. Front right. Front left. Rear right. Oops. Rear left. Then we've got here we've got the wheels. We actually want the wheels themselves now. So we'll take the front right, front left, rear right, and rear left. There we go. Then we can save. And then if we go back to our scene and hit play, that wheel might drop down. We definitely have a problem there. Look at that. It's now in the wrong spot, but the wheel's in the right spot. The wheel's in the right spot. So wait, what was the problem here? To do main camera. Then we go to scripts. Flying test camera. Okay, so we hit play. We see that we're in the wrong spot. We're in the center of the object itself, which is definitely not where we want. And that's saying for the suspension wheel, for this one here. And that's the issue there. We go back here. What did we put there? Did we put the wrong one? No, we put a proper transform. Yeah. Oops. Here. So this is the object, right, which is here. And we're going to use the transform for the local position. The local position is coming back wrong with the local transform being wrong. Okay, so let's take a look at this in runtime mode. There we go. and we go to components. We come down to yeah, those are correct. So we'll do front left. There's our transform for front left. But then if we hit play, what happens to it? Suspension front left. Interesting. That worked. That was kind of cool. But that's not what we wanted. That's not correct. The suspension shouldn't be moving. What about the wheel? That should be moving. Oh, okay. Okay, I see what's going on here. I see what's going on here. So we've got the green, right? Where's the green? Here's the green. Local transform dot value get component local transform. Wheel point front left. That's why. That's why. It's suspension. Suspension front left. Right? Yeah, no, it's definitely that. Local wheel. Oh, wait. So green is the new wheel. Right. Sorry. Okay, so this is the wrong one. Wheel world POS. Where's that coming from? Right, this is suspension. Transform will give us the world position. Okay, so this I need to redo here. We need to rename this, and this is I'm gonna rename this suspension. Rename suspension front left position. Oops. Suspension front right position. What is it? It's Shift F6. Yeah, Shift F6. Suspension rear left position. Suspension rear right position. There we go. And then I think we need to clean this up. There's too much going on here. There's too much that needs to be deleted. too much is in flux right now, so everything needs to. I need to effectively clean up like all of this. This is way too much. Actually, we can leave that for now. There we go. Mhm. Okay, so get the rigid body. Okay, we're gonna leave that for now. Let's build. Let's build and see if it still runs properly, which is not saying much because it's not like it's doing much. There we go. And then we hit play. There we go. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, so now what I want to see is the world position for this, which this is a world position here. Suspension front light. Ah, fuck. I meant to put world position in that. World. There we go. Okay, so better names is better. So green is the new location of the wheel, which is not correct because this is front left point dot transform. This here was the entity itself, right? So here we get the local transform. We want the local to world transform. Local to world transform. Now that will be in the correct spot. Actually, wait, no. We do want the local transform. I don't know why I would do that. Because we want to do this effectively. To do there. This should be giving us the correct value. What if we don't do this? What do we get? I thought I disabled that. I still think I disabled this, and I don't know why it keeps coming back like this. Still getting the wrong spot for the green. But what if I do, because these are entities, right? This is a local entity. So this is an entity. And on an entity, what can we do? Vehicle configuration dot read only dot wheel point interesting. We have to ask for it. Interesting. Okay, so we ask for the local transform. Then we take the local transform and we ask for the world offset. I guess we could just ask for the world transform. Local to world. Like if we do this, we just get the right numbers right out of the gate, right? Then we can just do. We don't need this anymore, so it would just be this. Wheel fl location transform dot position. Now we should just this should just put both of them in the right spot, and then we can try and update it and see if it updates. And if the wheel updates, then we're onto something here. Then we need to calculate the speed, the possible calculate the force is going to be calculating the force is going to be the interesting part because I still don't fully understand how you calculate the force between. So we've got enough information that I feel like we should be able to calculate the force. Now I just need to figure out what it is, right? So we have the resistance, we have the I have 2 points, right? I have the strength. I have the 2 points of where it is and where it wants to be. Then I have the strength of the spring, and then I've got the resistance of of the movement. So I should be able to calculate what the force is, but the force is required in order to do the final calculation. Okay, sweet. It's putting the red thing in the right spot, I think. Yeah, because it's being entirely hidden by the green, which is kind of hilarious. Hilarious. Okay, so now if I move if I move if I move it, right? So we just do this position. Oh, I'm having quite the day.
Setup to work out things like our offset.
If I go to our channel, how many YouTube videos do I have for today live? Okay, it's only 2. Okay, so we need local transform. Yeah, local transform. So we do need the local transform. And then to convert the local transform into into this, we use this, which is what we're using up here. So this should be correct. And I don't think it is. I think this is giving me the wrong thing. And I have a feeling it's because our transform is 0. Because it's not inheriting the transform from here. Right. I see. Okay, wait. I think I get it. This is gonna be a pain in the ass. Okay. So the issue that I'm having and the issue that I'm running into is that the transform is wrong. Okay, so the local transform is zeroed out, and that's why we're getting the weirdness. So I'm gonna try something, and we're gonna find out if this is going to work. Because effectively what we need is we need to take this position here, this transform here. This is a local transform, right? And then we calculate it based off of this. But I think what we can do is if we do this. Actually, I wonder what happens if we over. Can we override that? I don't think we can because it's relative, right? This is interesting. This is really interesting. So the position's wrong, but also kind of right. So drawing the debug based off of the wheel doesn't make sense. What we want to do is we want to just see if we can change the wheel, right? Can this be set position? No. Set position equals times suspension length. So can we move the wheel down? Is the real question. Can it be moved? Will it move? If it moves, we've hit gold here. If it doesn't move, we might be fucked. I'm fairly certain this is going to move the wheel, though. And it's effectively all we're doing is we want to move the wheel to wherever the point is. The ray point is. I don't think the wheel moved. It did not move. But it will move if I come. No, it's the suspension that moves. Right? If I come into here and I click on the suspension, I can move the suspension and it will adjust the wheel. But if I move the wheel, does it move the wheel? Yeah, okay, that does move the wheel. But what about this wheel? This is the wheel that we're supposed to be moving. Huh. Huh. Update the wheels local transform. System API dot set component local transform. And then this would be the wheel FL local front left local transform dot position. What does this take? The entity itself, which is the I don't know why that wasn't immediately obvious. It's like, how else would it know? There's the wheel, right, which is an entity. So this takes an entity. Use this method to look up and set data on another. Okay, so what's the issue? Oh, because it wants the local transform. Set condition. Does this return something? No, it's static void. Oh, right. This is not required because we're passing it in here. Yeah, okay, there we go. That makes sense. We don't need a template for a template for a template. Perfect sense. All the things. Okay. Cool. Forgot to stop. I do that a lot, apparently. To forget to stop shit. Okay. Then we hit play. Hey, the wheel. The wheel. Did it just fly off somewhere? Front left, I think, is the wheel in question that we're wanting to track. Look, the important thing is the wheel's missing. And I guarantee you it's because it fell. Let's I can't keep my eye on it very well. Yeah, it just keeps going down. Sweet. It worked. What's up, Fox? If I have two points, I have 2 points. And the strength and what was it? Dampening? If I have 2 points and the 2 points, the strength and dampening, right? If I have the min point, max point, the strength, uh, this strength, dampening, and length of a spring. And current position, and current point of a spring. Can I figure out the current force? How to calculate the force of a spring on an object. A spring has a spring constant.
In this video, we will look at 3 examples of how to calculate the force from a spring after it has been stretched or compressed. We'll be using the equation F equals negative kx, where F is the force exerted by the spring, k is the spring constant, and x is the distance that the spring has been stretched or compressed. The negative sign just means that the spring is exerting a force in the opposite direction of its stretch or compression. So if you stretch it to the left, the force will be to the right. Let's take a look at this first example. A spring has a spring constant of 270 newtons per meter. How much force will it exert when it is stretched by 2.4 meters? The first thing we need to do is...
Well, that's what suspension is. It's just a spring. Vehicle suspension. If we cut a vehicle suspension like this is what it looks like, right? This is actually probably a better one to show it, right? There's a really good video though. And I'm always losing track of it. History. This guy right here. These ones. They have they actually have a really good graphic of like a spring cut in half here. So you've got your spring, and then inside of this tube here with this is actually like a little ring with holes in it, and then this is filled up with some kind of liquid, right? And this liquid tells you what your dampening is, right? Compared to like this. And then the spring tells you this is the strength, right? So if you have a really strong spring and a really weak something that doesn't push a that doesn't give you a lot of resistance, right? The resistance of the material or the liquid inside of here, then it just collapses, right? It moves like a lot. But if you've got something really resistant, the wheel won't move very much.
Good game feels often the difference between an okay game and a great game. An okay game has working buttons. A great game makes...
But this guy has a great video. This is a really solid video.
Smashing majestic. But adding all this detail can be daunting when it's hard enough to get a game working in the first place. An ideal tool would keep implementation simple while providing oodles of feedback, which brings us to springs. Officially, springs are a mechanism that produces a restoring force when stretched or compressed. For our purposes though, springs keep an object at a specified position. We can imagine the object and the destination are connected by a literal spring. If we move the object to the left or the right, the spring will apply forces until the object reaches the goal position. We can set this goal position whenever and wherever we want, and the spring will update accordingly. Code-wise, we love Ryan Jackett's implementation, which is linked in the video description below. This function has 6 parameters. The first 2, position and velocity, track the state of the spring. Since they use the ref keyword, we expect the spring code to make changes to these values. After calling the spring code, we can use these values as is. The function will keep the...
So the velocity is kind of what I'm confused on. Like, how do we figure out our velocity? Because nothing's falling. I guess it could be the downward force of the... That might be it. It might be the downward force of the vehicle, right?
Position and velocity up to date. Next, we have the equilibrium position, which is just the spring's goal position. Delta time is, well, delta time. We pass this in so the spring can perform the necessary math. The last two values, damping and frequency, are what we're most interested in. These two determine how a spring behaves. Damping controls how springy the movement should feel. When the damping is 1, there will be no overshooting or rebounding. The object will land exactly at the rest position. When the damping is 0, the spring will bounce indefinitely. The object will never come to rest.
So anyway, so that's what I'm trying to figure out as to like what the velocity is. Figure out the current velocity. I mistyped that. Dampening. The dampening ratio is the measurement. Oh look, it's Vancouver University. Many simple systems can approximate or even calculate or even accurately describe the simple harmonic motion, the motion of a pendulum or spring, of waves on the ocean or waves of sound all have similar traits. Motion refers to the motion that can be modulated by the following equation: A cosine WT plus, is that theta? Anyways, is a constant phase shift in radians. It's not really what I want. YouTube.com. Let's see if we can find this. Find the velocity of a spring.
We now want to look at position.
What the fuck are you doing? You're making a game, not some sort of real life engineering simulation. The goal is always fake it until you make it. What? We're not going for hyper realism. We just want the vehicle to stay up and the wheels to work. But we need the spring in for the suspension, because if we don't have that, then the wheels stay very rigid and then they feel weird. Also, then we don't know how much we need to force up. You're studying sound waves? Sort of. I'm looking into just the math of springs, which correlates with the math of sound waves. And it gets referenced in material about springs.
Velocity and acceleration with sinusoidal motion. So let's go back to the spring example, and we have our spring stretched.
I've been looking at them. I think I've got one here. Is this it? Yeah, this one's it. The problem is that the variables in a lot of these are horribly misnamed. So because I don't have enough, I'm missing some pieces of knowledge to the point where it's like I can't figure out exactly how they're doing it. So I want to say it's this one, vehicle hand. No, it's vehicle. Did they put in this one? Give me a second here. I gotta figure out where they put it. Suspension here, right? So get linear velocity is the rigid body index of POS, which is the ray result. Wait, the ray result rigid body index. Wait, I'm not trying to figure out how a car learn how a car works. I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna get the velocity because it's part of the math equation. Need to get the velocity of the spring so I can calculate where it's supposed to be. That how is that how is that trying to figure out how a car works? I am so confused about what you're getting at, Frederick. I am not trying to figure out how, like, I'm not doing a deep dive into how cars work. You're not pulling me back into reality. I still need to figure out how I'm getting the velocity. just got here, and I'm all assuming. Yeah, no, I have no interest in like, one, I don't want my car to feel 100% realistic. I'm not going for that. It's not important. Unity, linear velocity. Gets the linear velocity of a rigid body at a given point in world space. This actually just might be it. But the rigid, so this is the confusing part to me, right? So here's the ray result. The ray result is the hit, and then that gives us the. I'm confused as to how this is going to give me a linear velocity because, like, oh wait. This takes 2. It takes the rigid body index and then a float point. Wait, I think I get it now. It's the linear velocity of a rigid body at a given point in world space. Wait, no, that's not it. This is such a weird equation here. So what the fuck is level B? LVB makes perfect sense. It's a very rational number. Current speed. Where is current speed being calculated? Most game things are mathy because games are incredibly mathy. I'm not a math wizard. That's what I use ChatGPT for. The problem is that ChatGPT is not usually right about these things. Yeah, so wheel velocity at wheel. Okay, so where are we getting this from? So this is the CE index and the wheel position. It really depends on what you're making, right? Because, like, if you're making a camera, if you're making the movement for a camera, there's math. It's a very math heavy thing, right? And then if you're making if you to a degree, you can't fire a bullet without doing math. Well, you could fire a bullet, but you're still going to have to do math at some point, right? Either you're going to have to figure out how you want the bullet to fly, right? If you're firing an actual object, you need to figure out exactly how you want that thing to fly, right? and there's a little bit of at least a little bit of math into figuring or trial and error to guess the right numbers, right? But you're going to have a much easier time tweaking these things if you actually understand the math behind it, right? So if you're relying entirely on whatever physics engine is in your game and you don't want to understand any of it, right? Then you just don't then you just trial and error until things work, right? But I'm sorry, but rotating an object around I'm not doing complex math. This is still basic math. But you can't build a car, you can't build a vehicle system without any vehicle system without some level of math. You have to do math. If you're building a vehicle system from scratch, you have to do math. There's no way around that. It is going to happen. You're going to have to do it. Right? You have to build some kind of spring system or else your wheels just stick to the ground or fly in the air, right? If you want your wheels to go up and down as you run over things, you have to do math and you have to have a spring for it to go up and down, right? If if you want your vehicle to like do the like go when it hits a bump, it goes like this and stuff like that, you need to do math to figure out how much to rotate it based off of the position of the wheel or the suspension or like how far in the air you are and stuff like that. That's all math that you have to do, right? And I don't have the luxury right now of having a pre-baked vehicle system, so I have to do it myself. So I have to get into the math of making a vehicle work in a game engine. So there's going to be math. That's just how life works. High on the math scale, I just avoid rigid bodies altogether. Then do all of your if does everything just float in your game? Like you just don't worry about math at all? Like I really wanted to use the vehicle system that came with Unity, but it doesn't work in dots. And if you have any physics in your game at all, and dots, and if you have any physics-based objects in dots, which I do, which are the characters that need to be hit and then ragdoll, and that requires physics. So I have to have physics in dots. And if you have physics in dots, you can't have physics outside of dots. And it's just like, that's annoying. If you use physics in dots in Unity at all, you cannot have physics outside of dots. And all of their pre-baked systems for like vehicles and stuff like that do not apply to dots because they're not implemented for dot physics. So I have to build the entire car system from the ground up because Unity does not provide a dot-based car system. Because like the first week that I did this, I had a vehicle driving around a city and I could hit things and they would ragdoll and they would fly and it was beautiful. And I was like, oh, this is really cool. And then I was like, all right, we're at the point now where let's build the spawner and then have it spawn a bunch of AI that like, just randomly move around and then we can just plow through them kind of thing, right? And I was like, this will be cool. And then all of a sudden it's just like, oh yeah, you can't actually hit them because your vehicle's not in dots and they fall through the world because the world's not in dots. And I was just like, oh shit. So then I added the world to dots and then I was just like, all right, well now I have to add the vehicle to dots. And then I added the vehicle to dots and it's just like, oh yeah, you can't actually drive the vehicle in dots. And the vehicle doesn't work properly. Like sure, but so you write your own physics engine then? I'm confused. to what you're getting at, Frederick. Do you suppose that I write my own physics engine, or do I let Unity physics figure out the physics and I just worry about the spring or the suspension in this case? It's like if we look at a car in a game, all a car is in a game is a box, and the wheels don't really exist, right? And then all you have is you've got these upward forces at the points where your suspension are, right? And that's all you're doing. You're adding an impulse. And then you have your wheels, right? And your wheels are just these they have no collision or anything like that. They can fly wherever they want, right? And you just tell the wheel where it needs to be rendered effectively. You're like, hey, I want you to render, this far down the suspension. But effectively it's just a cube. That's all a vehicle is. Because it doesn't exist. Also because like there's nothing at the other end of the spring. The spring is entirely ephemeral. There's nothing at the end of it. I don't think that the spring joint exists inside of dots. The wheel colliders don't work in dots. Except for dots. Dots doesn't have car physics. Yeah, no, those things don't exist. That's why I'm doing them. I had a vehicle using the wheel collider system in Unity already, right? I had all of that working. Now, it wasn't tuned very well, but that's fine. The thing slid around and it felt terrible. But whatever, I could fuck around with the numbers enough to try and figure out how I was going to make that work. So not a problem there. But like what you're saying does not apply to dots. It only applies outside of dots. Like you don't even have vector 3s in dots. You have float 3s. Which effectively is a vector 3. It's just like tightly packed. Yeah, no, I'm with you. I really didn't want to have to do this. That was not my goal when I switched over to when I decided to try out Unity. Can I send you a link? Go for it. I think it should load in YouTube, right?
Really the default ones.
I'm like 80% sure YouTube links should work. I didn't want to count. I wanted channel. Oh, sure. Yeah. I like I said, I'm fairly certain that it should allow you to send a link. Wait, where was I going here? I was gonna go back to channel. And then if we go to live, would allow you to just mute myself. All right, it should pop up when you send it, unless YouTube's blocking links. I'm guessing it was blocking links for some reason. This is the GitHub one, right? No, this is actually far better than what I was expecting. Oh, and it comes with networking. Okay. No, wait, it's assets? So I'm still getting used to the structure of things in Unity. Authoring. Car. Ooh, they have the input system. Ooh, I love that. The authoring object, transform usage flag none. Add component car input. Entity. And then, okay, that's cool. That's cool. Let's download this to, let's download this and take a look at it. Download the zip. Oh, how do I do that? Do I just I copy this, right? And then go into Unity Hub. Add from repository. That wasn't what I think I did that wrong. Is it like under preferences? Oh, okay. Yeah. That makes more sense. I was thinking that you meant like I could. I think I already started the download, didn't I? We're gonna put it under local projects, Unity. Here we go. And then we'll go back to downloads. Bam. Just for now, because I had a problem with the pathing being too long for one of these last time. Extract all. You gotta unzip and load from disk. All right, let's take a look at this. I want to look at the source code mostly. Source code's the important thing. Because I was working off of like one of their like test things, and if this actually gets me like 90% of the way there, like right off the bat like that, I will totally do this. I am on the fighting bus with figuring out this car physics bullshit. This project's up to date. That's good. When was the last time it was updated? 4 months ago. I think 4 months ago was the last one. Yeah, 4 months ago was the last commit that was merged in to master, at least. Here's the Unity 6 release. Years ago was 4 months ago. Yeah, so 3 commits behind master. Interesting. They're doing that. Oh wait, yeah, because the Unity 6 official, like that's the Unity 6 release. Okay. 5 commits behind master. Interesting. What was the last commit? What were they doing? Updating to entity 1.3. Interesting. Wow, that was a huge update. I don't know if I can understand it. Oh man. Let's see what issues it has. Where is building settings folder from tutorial? Cannot start game. There's a tutorial? I don't see any tutorial. I feel lied to. All right, it should be done. Okay, and then it's add new from project disk. And then it's I just go into here, right? Or is it this one here? I think it's this one. If you asked me to build what you are trying to make, I would first scrub the internet for free source. That's what I've been doing. I didn't see I didn't come across this one. Do I thought they said they updated for that. No. Yeah, okay, here we go. Yeah, this one. Change version. Your project was saved. Okay, can continue. There we go. Oh, it's opening. It's opening. I've been looking for Dot's vehicle stuff, and it's not been working super well. Like I've not been coming across much. I've come across a couple things, but I came across this one which seemed somewhat promising, but then like you go and look at it and it's just like there's so much there's so much bad. As in like the variable names are freaking garbage. Might need to link into the Unity cloud to start the multiplayer stuff. Oh, I don't care about the multiplayer stuff. God, I hope they don't require that. I don't want to. I just want their vehicle system. That's all I care about. For the multiplayer stuff, I think I'd rather use Steam. Oh, thank God. New Unity stuff is really professional with good programming concepts. I love that. These names, I've seen names like these sort of on projects I've worked on, and I always get irritated with them because it's like we're giving this a proper name doesn't cost us anything. Right? Like giving this a meaningful name doesn't cost us anything. There was a time when that was the case. That time is not now. Everything should have a proper name, like a full proper name. Like I can get shortening things if they get overly long, but like at some point you should just be naming things properly. Relay for my multiplayer. Nice. I did the Steam lobby stuff and whatnot in Unreal using their subsystem, and it is surprisingly easy to implement. Like I was surprised at how unbelievably easy it is to implement that stuff in Unreal. I'm guessing that I do not have the right scene open. Go to scenes. Let's go to a test scene. Car Stubby, do race tests, spear test, track. Maybe track. Is this not the right thing? Did I do this wrong? Oh, go to main scene? Okay. There's a startup scene? We do. Maybe here it'd be one of these. Okay, so we've got scenes. You would imagine this one would be it. What if I do main menu? Maybe main menu will have something. I feel like these are empty. Am I crazy? These are empty, right? Are these scenes? Did I might have loaded it wrong. Let's take a look. I think these are all like net it wants the old version. I guess it was I guess it I guess it, I don't think that's gonna fix the problem. But the important let's see if the subscenes will work. Do subscenes. Garage lobby race. Let's bring the race subscene in here. No, those are broken too. Okay. Well, I just unpacked it. And the only thing that I've changed is that. So like leads me to believe that it's probably a difference in versions. Either that or I didn't actually get the no, because it had the push for one sec. Because we downloaded master, right? Look at this. This is the entity 1.3. I did unzip it, yeah. Maybe I opened it in the wrong one. Okay, so I did this, and then I opened it at this level. This was my root. This is the correct root, right? I'm not crazy, right? What? Yeah, I unzipped it. 100% unzipped it. This isn't the root. This isn't the root. No, this is not the zipped one. This is the zipped one. Wait, did I actually open the zipped one in Unity? Is that what I did wrong? I could see myself accidentally doing that. Wait, give me a second. Let me re-import this. It says that I didn't do it wrong, but that doesn't mean that I didn't. Let's just we'll do that, and then we'll add a project from disk. We're gonna come into here. It's not showing the zip folder, right? So we go local Unity projects, ECS Unity Racing, do ECS network sample. That has this, which is this here one right here. So we're here. So as long as this here is the right folder, then we should be in the right spot here. We open it up. Then we're going to change the version. Open with. This is what I did. At least I thought I did. It said that I did. Well, yeah, I wanted it to open with 6. Anyway, so here we are. That doesn't want to work still. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll remove this project. Yeah, and then we'll come back to here. We'll come back out to Unity. We're going to delete this. The submaster folder. What's that there? Okay, so here we've got the this is the so if I extract all, yeah, it puts it in a subfolder. I'm aware. Okay, so we extract this. Either that or it doesn't like the Windows zip. Maybe I should download 7-zip. Still haven't installed that. Haven't needed it yet, so I'd sooner blame Windows than Unity for this. Because I had like I've not had any luck with like pulling down Unity projects. You know what I could do? I could just pull it straight from Git. I don't think I've set up Git yet, but like I could just pull it straight from Git. I'll move it. I don't want to delete it yet because I don't want to have to re-download it. Show more options. That's not what I wanted to do. Okay, wait, it finished. Show more options. The new folder. Then we're going to move that into there. Okay, so if I'm not mistaken, this here is the folder that I want to have as my root, correct? Like this one's the root. I just want to verify that. This is the root, right? This is the project root. Where we've got the okay, sweet. Okay, so we're going to open this. Okay, we're going to open this in Unity using the add project from disk. Okay, so This is the unzipped one. We know that because we moved the zipped one into the temp folder. Okay. Then we know that this is not where we want to open it. We want to open it from here. So we've got the assets, the .github, all of that. Beautiful. So this is the project root. Okay. We open that and then we want to change the version to a version that we actually have installed. And we open with change version. Then we say continue. I'm fairly certain that I did that right. I might be wrong though. Part of me just wants to install the older version of Unity just so I don't have to go through that. Okay. Now it should be opening. Okay, it's opening. It's going through the thingy. It's literally exactly what I did before. But you never know when something can have a flipped bit. Something can always have a flipped bit. You never know, right? So do. Ba-da-boom. Yeah, when you're unzipping, your hard drive only has a certain amount of verification that yes, it will write correctly before it has a flip bit, and you never know when those flip bits are going to happen, and that could actually literally it could have decompressed corrupted. It also could be that Windows unzipping does not unzip it properly, which is also another likely situation. So if this doesn't work, what we could do is we could delete it and then we could download and install 7-zip and unzip it with 7-zip and see if that fixes the problem. Because eventually I'm going to have to install 7-zip anyways, so actually, you know what? While we wait for this, I should just install 7-zip. 7-zip GitHub. Do they really only have 7 releases? Wow. I only use 7 as it's part of Windows 11. Seven-zip is part of Windows 11 now? Yeah, the scenes are still not correct. Yeah, they're still hella broken. Car Studio, the file might be. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna install 7-zip. Well, yeah, but that's not 7-zip. That's just the Windows zip. Uh, 64-bit. Yeah, that's right. I have 3 options. 7-zip. Oh, okay, yeah, yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, there we go. Close. And then we're going to go back to our folders. Not the downloads folder. Screw the downloads folder. We want here. Then we go to Unity Hub here, and we're going to remove this project. Beautiful. I had problems with I've had problems with literally every single one of the projects that I've downloaded. So I am very much so thinking that this is a Windows thing. Choose another app. Where's 7-Zip? Yeah, that was not it. Compress too? Additional options? No, that would make a compress. Like, I don't like Windows 11 at all. Oh, there it is. Extract files. There we go. Are you on Windows 7? Oh, sorry, Windows 10 or Windows 11? Add project from disk. It could be as simple as that, right? Okay, there we go. There. And then we make sure that we open it with the right version. 11? Interesting. I haven't done much setup on my Windows 11, so. Your project was last saved with a different version of Windows. Does not match. This may require re-import. Please be aware that opening an older version is unsupported. Note that if a build target installation is missing, this may also cause re-import. Your project, you proceed, some packages may be updated. Continue for Chads only. I just wanted to read it finally. I always skipped it. It's like maybe it's telling me what it's gonna do wrong. Jumping huge version gaps. Yeah, that's kind of what it seems. Oh, this is beautiful. Look at this. We've got a number of issues. Default volume profile. Yeah, there's the map. Yeah. But less errors? No, I think this is about the same amount of errors. We know that the Vivix.unity test scene is probably broken. What if we open up the studio? See if that breaks. Yeah, no, they're all broken still. Ten out of 10. It's amazing. That is entirely fine though, because I don't actually care too much about it. Let's take a look at this. Our car body is missing. Whatever, that doesn't matter. Okay, so we've got the drive torque curve to car input authoring. Player authoring. Interesting. Linked entity group authoring script. Ghost authoring component script? What's the ghost authoring? Ghost authoring component script. Can I jump to this? No, I don't want it. It's not what I wanted. Move component. Find reference in history. Is this just like, if I go ghost? Oh, it's netcode stuff. Okay. So we want the car input authoring. So we go scripts, authoring, car input authoring. That's one part. It's the other part here. So this one has data. This one has the physics shape. This one has ghost authoring for networking. Networking. Nothing. Okay. This is my forked version. It worked for me. It should be updated version. Some things are multiplayer concepts. Logic gets abstracted in a way it can work with more than one person. You need ghosts and fake stuff. That makes sense. Yeah. Do. Hey, now I can do this. Wait, one sec. Let me get down to that. GitHub. Damn it. Wait. Why did it put spaces in there? So weird. There we go. I would 100% actually let's get signed in. github.com. Give me one second. I'm just gonna sign into my GitHub. Stupid fucking YouTube. I'm gonna have to spend some time, see if I can get that disabled. Where's my authenticators? What? Oh. There we go. I'm signed in now. Now I can refresh. Why is it giving me the it's weird. Where is settings? No. Why did it take me out of dark mode? GitHub enable dark mode. It's just been set for so long. Go log into your GitHub account, profile settings, parents tab. Profile. What the? Where are we here? repositories, your Copilot, do sign out, GitHub settings. There it is. Appearance. Dark default. There we go. Do I have to save? No. Okay, sweet. There we go. That looks better. Either way, this has some good source code for vehicles using ECS or dots or whatever it's called. It's both. It's both and neither at the same time. Let's see if I need, I'm kind of curious on this one. So if I go like this and I open in terminal. Okay, yeah. So I wonder if I can just do that. If I can just get fetch. Or if it will require me to have an SSH key installed. Get fetch origin. No, sorry. Interesting. Get clone. Please make sure you have the correct access rights. Yeah, I had a feeling. What about get fetch? Yeah, that's what I thought. Read the readme. Do not download. Clone it. I have to set up GitHub. I have to set up Git. Windows get CLI client SSH key. Likewise, I just installed Git for Windows. I'm running. Needed to put the. I have Git. It has a GUI? What's the GUI look like? I've never used this. Now I'm curious. Interesting. Neat. Yeah. There. I don't have a .sh file in here. Or folder, sorry. So it's under program files? Where does this get set though? So I'm not used to using Windows here, so. What the fuck is that? Oh, that's Tortoise. Okay, so I just need to make it? None of the previous answers worked for me. Here's I don't want putty. Oh, here we go. That's not the issue. The issue is that I don't have an SSH key with this computer, so GitHub won't let me clone without it. Yeah, but I already did that. And it said that I didn't have the permissions because I'm not authenticated with Git yet. So I have to set up an SSH key. Yeah. Or this will work. Keygen. Oh, that's where it's gonna go. Okay, sweet. There we go. Now, what is the best way to get this out here? Okay, so now I need a notepad of some kind. Let's do VS Code, Visual Studio Code. I'm gonna open a file. Open a file. Based off of the C users me. Okay, so C users here dot SSH. Yeah, that's wait, what? It put it in a folder? Oh no, sorry, that's just yeah, okay, there we go. Then we can copy this. We go back to GitHub. And we're going to add that in our security settings. Settings. Keys. New SSH key. There. Main Windows PC. Add SSH key. There we go. Now we go here and we just do this. It should allow us to. Maybe not. Maybe I have to use this. Clear. CD F. And then CD Unity. And then git clone. Oh, I did fetch. There. Clone, this should work. There we go. There we go. This would have been so much easier on a Unix system. Because I would have had Git already set up. I like actually don't set up Git all the time on my Windows PC. Mainly because I don't really interact with only 2 hours in. No, I'm more than 2 hours in. 2.5 hours in. We had an audio issue. I had to restart the stream. OBS decided that it was going to shit the bed on my audio. I got to update that plugin. This branch is up to date with the master. Is there a way you can let your stream catch up? Is there a way you can let your stream catch up? Wait, what do you mean? Is I think YouTube's always a little bit behind. Is there a way you can let your stream catch up? Wait, what do you mean? Oh, yeah, I think that's just YouTube. No, I don't think it's on your end necessarily. I think it's just a YouTube thing. YouTube has a pretty egregious delay from my experience. Might have to ask Don. When Don gets back, he periodically stops in like once a day. When he stops in, because he used to stream a lot on YouTube. Give Twitch link then. Just ask. I don't know if Twitch is gonna be too much better, but sure. I try to keep the delay as quick as possible. Yeah, Twitch is definitely a lot faster. I'll be the judge of that. Twitch is ass. I would rather have more viewers on YouTube than more viewers on Twitch. But that's only because I want to see if I can get monetized on YouTube, because that would be kind of cool. All right, where are we at with this download? Oh, it's still going. It's a thick demo. What? Oh yeah, the download's thick as hell. The cars drive hella slow. Interesting. We could change that, but I'm sure that's adjustable. Yeah, no, it's 100% adjustable. I think it's a torque curve that they use. But we're gonna have to do the math to figure out the RPMs so we can pump that into our audio system for the sounds. Although if this one has the RPM system or whatever it ends up using, then that would definitely be a help. Okay, so we can close this. I'm gonna delete that project. Here we go. No, that's not it. This is it. We can remove this project, remove, and then we can add project from disk, and then we want this, and then just open. And then we can change the version. Change version. Continue. So the moral of the story is Unity doesn't like dealing. Oh, you know what it is? I think I know exactly what it is and why the zip file doesn't work. I don't think the zip file comes with the LFS files. Yeah, so I think it's missing files. And that's why the zip version doesn't work. Because I don't think the zip actually pulls LFS. I didn't even know there was a higher version than what I had. I just installed this the other day. Scene files are massive, yeah. We're gonna find out if it pulled down the LFS files or not. I might have to go and do an additional poll for LFS. I update every version. I watch for updates like blog posts. Oh, okay. I don't like the fact that it actually installs a full new version. So I'll update I'll update if I find a reason to. Yeah, I'm fairly certain it does. Yeah, the zip the I totally put two and two together after back what did I miss? We Demon here he sent over a project that Unity put out, and that project is a full racing game. It's network enabled and everything, so we're taking a look at that. But I had to set up Git. It's released by Unity too, so we're gonna give it we're gonna try it out, and it's all dots. It's all dots. So this should have a proper thing for us to deal with, and then I don't have to deal with the freaking basic vehicle physics bullshit stuff that I didn't want to have to deal with. But we also found out, because I didn't think about it, is that the reason why none of the projects are working properly is because LFS doesn't work with the zips. This looks promising. Yeah, we don't have a bunch of errors. We have warnings, and warnings are fine, but we don't have errors, and errors suck. Okay, so test scenes. Wait, what? Do we do main? Oh, there's 141 errors. Okay, so I don't think it downloaded the LFS stuff. Git enable LFS. Install git LFS. Initialized. Do. The Git project part in the launcher? I don't know. I didn't know about that. Git fetch LFS files. Oh. PD ECS network racing sample. Let's close this for now. If this asks me to save, I'll say no. Okay, sweet, it didn't. Get fetch all. There we go. We're gonna get to the bottom of this. Counting starts at 0. 0, 1, 2. It's beautiful. Zero out of 1. I think it's interesting. failed to fetch some objects. Hmm. What if I what if I change the origin? What is it? Get v, is it to do, is it V? Yeah. If I change the origin to the Unity one, that might change it. Give me a second here. Get change origin remote. What was it? Do, that's what it was. Get remote set URL origin get. There we go. I just closed via bash and it all worked. I just cloned via bash and it all worked. Yeah, but I might not have had LFS initialized when I did the clone. Or I imagine you probably do. Because I haven't used Git on this machine since I installed Windows 11. Interesting. We're still causing problems here. Huh. Oh, wait. Local Git to retrieve the latest metadata brings the copy and changes. Let's do that. Git LFS pull. Yeah, we're getting something. Who knows? This might even work. It's a distinct possibility. At the end of the day, though, like making sure that everything is failed. God damn it. Match request. Well, let's see what this is. Permission denied public to do. Oh, I think it wants something else, maybe. One sec. Let me go to that project and open Git Bash. Show more options. Git Bash here. Git LFS fetch all. Hey, I found out why it wasn't working. Oops. What the fuck? Yeah, but I didn't realize that It wanted it wanted credentials. Yeah, maybe. Okay, so now it should work. Fucking ad breaks. I hate ad breaks so much. Fucking pennies. So you're still in an ad, so I'll wait till it ends. Ad break ends in 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ad break's over. I get pennies potentially. I think. I don't I don't make money off of ads really. Do wait, where is it? I think it's under analysts. Let's see. Apparently I hit a bounty. What? There's a bounty? How the fuck did I get? Oh wait. That can't be right. See, so I've made like where's the breakdown here? Ah, here we go. Here's my Twitch earnings. They're great. I made $2.20 off of ads. Like yeah, there's money to be made, but like I'm not gonna make. I effectively don't make money off of ads, because I'm not big enough, and they're still broken. God, fucking damn it! If I could, I would entirely turn off ads, but the Twitch will force them in, and then they don't tell you when they get forced in, right? And that's kind of like the problem that I was running into. So I enabled their like ads to run every now and then thing that I fucking hate, just so I could get notified when people are in ads. Uh yeah, save me please. Yeah. No, I fucking hate ads so much. I think that having ads the way that Twitch does them actually diminishes the the oh wait, you know what? It's because they came in after. I have to remove this. Remove this project. Remove this project. Ah, and project from disk. God damn it. Okay. Okay, we're gonna leave this one open. We're gonna come over to here. 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 We're gonna delete this. Yeah, that's the problem. Wait, what? It's open? Oh, wait. Wait, no, it's not. You, it's not open. Oh wait, no, I'm in it. I'm in it here. That's why. Try again. What program's accessing it? I don't have it open anywhere. Is this it? Remove. Remove project. Remove. There we go. Where'd it go? Try again. No, this is... I moved out of it. I don't have it open. Do I... Yeah, no, it's not open anywhere. It's not... What the fuck? We'll hit cancel. And we'll come back here and we'll delete it. There we go. There's nothing accessing this anymore. There should be nothing. It's not here. It's not anywhere. But Bash, fucking. If Bash is the problem, I'm gonna be annoyed with that project because they need to get their shit together. They need Git Bash needs to get their shit together and not hold open folders that you're no longer in. It should not be doing that. Yeah, but it shouldn't be doing that. That's the problem. It should not have done that. What it did and what it should do are two separate things at this point. And I am now officially annoyed with the Git Bash. It is poorly put together. It should not, under any circumstances, ever have done what it just did. I can understand it if I'm in the folder. I was not in the folder. So it shouldn't have tried to do it from within the folder. What? Paste. That was weird. This is still weird. Clone. There we go. Oh, that does make sense. Although shouldn't it have released it if when I leave the folder? Whatever. I feel like it should. It should unattach from that folder when I cd out of that directory. This is Windows being stupid then. Wait, one of the two. One of the two is being stupid. I hope this actually pulls down the LFS files. Oh. It feels like it's pulling down the LFS files. This is a little bit more than just a little bit annoying right now. Oh no, I've lost all hope at this point. I'd move on if this doesn't work and just scrub the classes. Oh, I'm totally just gonna scrub the classes anyways. It's nice to be able to like visualize like the structure and stuff like that of what it wants. So like I'm completely down with trying. But we're about to find out if this works. This works, I'm gonna be happy. If it doesn't work, I'm just gonna be like, oh god damn it. We're coming. Oh, the fucking megabit per second download is slow as hell. This 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 timeline makes me feel like it's pulling everything. So I have faith. I have faith. This might even work. I wonder if it's safe to I don't think it's safe to open. Like I can't open it in Rider to like scrub through the stuff. Took a while to download, so I don't know. I'd wait. Yeah. I can't scrub through it on Rider without it fully downloading. I don't safely at least. I don't think so. But I think I have an idea of like where all the files are. Yeah, somewhat. I don't really like I think it's under assets, right? It's assets and then it is scripts. And then we have authoring and then car. And then here's the authoring here, the player authoring. No, I want the vehicle authoring. And then wheel reference authoring. Interesting. Does this also implement the system? It does, the system base. Okay. I'm in multiplayer stuff. Okay. Here we go. So this is okay, so this is this should be the vehicle right here, right? The variables for the vehicle should be this. And then where's the struct? There's the struct for the component. So we have the interesting. Interesting. I didn't even think that you could do that. Unity object reference. Interesting. This is the first time I've seen that. All up-to-date concepts? Yeah. Our new wheel. And this wheel here is a struct, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, there it is. And this contains the collision categories, the radius, the placement, the drive torque, max drive torque, visual. Then these are for multiplayer, I believe. Okay. Then so far I like the way they're doing this with actually naming things. Versus the other one where they didn't name things properly. Wheel entity. Then wheel entity. That's interesting. Wait. Wait. What? I didn't think that you could do that. That's really cool. This is neat. I didn't realize that was going to be that was a possibility. This is a lambda that just contains a switch statement. Is that better? So the wheel entity is just a lambda that contains a switch statement that contains all of the different ones. That's really cool. I didn't realize that you'd be able to do that in C#. That's super neat. Yeah, but I didn't realize that you could do this in Unity. Sorry, in C#. I didn't know that was a thing that was even possible. I would have never thought about it. It's really cool though, because then what is it like wheel entity? Wait, so how does this work then? Okay, so is this effectively a list then? So how does this work for... Okay, that's a little confusing now. Well, yeah, but how does it know which entity to pull in this context here? Or is this does this effectively turn into a list of entities? Check spring component might have the value. Worry about it later. This is interesting though. Spring 0. Yeah, but it's saving something as spring entities, and then the spring entities are coming in here. And we're adding the component of steering to whatever these are. Whatever this wheel entity is. And I'm kind of curious about what structure does this look like in memory? Where is this coming from? This is from Unity. They made a little racing demo game. Is it still downloading? Oh, it's done. Is it done? It could be defining the springs enum. Is that what it would turn into? Effectively an enum? I'm just curious about this specifically, like the switch, right? Because like I've seen, like, obviously I've seen and used switches like this in multiple different languages, but assigning the switch effectively, which this looks like a switch kind of as a lambda, and then like I think becomes like the entity list, right? Like you would access this as a list, maybe. And then we're pumping, but this just says wheel entity, not like entities, right? So it implies that there's only one, right? And then we pump that into the add component. And that's where I'm kind of confused, because it's just like, this feels like it only takes one, and it adds the steering component that we just created up here. So that's where I'm kind of like, I am curious as to how this works. Wheel. Oh, wait. I see how this is working. Oh, I get it now. I is the for loop index. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Never mind. Yeah. I totally see that now. This makes sense now. Yeah, so we're grabbing the entity, which is one of these. Okay, this makes sense. I even entirely understand why they're doing it this way. And that makes so much sense now. Okay. Hello, my crane friend. I am aware. Was my guess close? I maybe 1 sec. Yeah, it's not your first time here. Welcome back. Let's see here. I believe you might have been close, or you might have been right. So if we come back up to here, right, this switch here is effectively this, but we're just stashing the output right away rather than creating a variable and stashing it and writing it out this way. And this here value is I, which is the index that we're currently in. This is, so like I was looking at this as a lambda. But what this is this is just shorthand for this. And then we're stashing the output of whatever one we caught in the variable directly right away. Yeah. But when I was looking at it, I was like, I was reading this as a lambda. So it's like, where are we passing I in? But I is up here. And now this makes sense to me. What is this live show's topic? We're porting my driving game, my truck driving game from Unreal to Unity, because Unity Dots is more fleshed out than Unreal's mass entity system. Oh, we're done. We can open up the project properly now. That's so grateful. It is definitely a thing. Okay, so this is the project. We can open it, and we're going to change the version to the one that we have installed. Open with, change version. Some of these optimizations are used for multiplayer, but at the end of the day, if you can handle the extra complexity, I'd keep it. Yeah, no, I don't know how much of it I'm going to necessarily keep, but we'll see. We'll see, because I wanted to, one of the things when since I have to add my own vehicle system, I want to simplify it, because a lot of them use like real technical car terms, that I don't really understand, and I want to avoid that so I can more easily tune the vehicle. I just want to use like speed. And they're like, here's a torque curve and how torque curves work and stuff like that. And you know, you've got your RPM to torque and stuff like that. And I'm just like, I'm so confused right now. So we'll see how simple it is. I've followed your channel since trainer of Twitch TV on now. Nice to meet you. It's nice to meet you again as well. I can tell you right away they are using an object and component based with their logic. So you only see things like wheels, springs, etc. I think I saw that they've got a torque curve, I think. But we'll see. We'll play with it. We'll figure it out. You're so slay. I'm so confused, man. We're gonna get to the bottom of this and we're gonna figure it out one step at a time. What time is it for you? It is 12:35 p.m. So it's 12. It's 12 and it's noon. It's noon. It's noon o'clock. I don't know, man. Pretty sure all of these issues are just user error. Well, he's West Coast. All the West Coast. So much West Coast. It's 5:35 a.m. Yeah, but it's tomorrow. You're in the future. It's future man. You ready for Rust update tomorrow? Is it tomorrow for us or today for him? Okay, let's see if we've okay, so let's open up the race level and see if it worked. It worked. Yes. Wait, where's the floor? Does this not have a floor? What's going on here? The main scene? Okay. That's this is the one we want. Oh, I see the map now. Using scenes within scenes within scenes. That sounds terrible. Okay. Does it work? Oops. It doesn't have controller support. vehicle does work, which is obviously more than we can say for my games. It's almost like professional Unity developers make this. That felt jank as fuck. Wait. Okay, there's some definite jank here. Okay, how do I turn off the music? Global volume? Oh, no, we're... Okay, we don't have the music. The main menu scene? I thought I did. Apparently I didn't. Is this local then? If what? God damn it. Where's the volume? Okay, where the is the where is this? Where's the audio coming from? I would like to formally delete that object altogether. I don't actually want it playing. I would like to not have their audio right now. You know what? I have a open volume mixer. There we go. There. If they don't want me to... Okay, there we go. There we go. Look at that. Now we don't have that stupid volume. Thank God. I don't know if this is an issue. Like I'm curious as to like what the jank issue is. There, I got stuck. Is there a the car feels buggy. Like really buggy. Okay, so it's just my PC that it's really buggy on. the main startup scene. Is that the main menu? This one? Don't save. The entire of the entire way this works actually is weird. Is this the main scene, or is the main scene under somewhere else? All right, let's try this. Start client and server. I don't care about the client. Just play. It almost feels like it's like a ghost. The ghost is probably causing some of the problems, but I don't know if it's that. Yeah, it almost feels like netcode jank. Like really laggy netcode. Trying to figure out, like, all of the issues feel like a netcode issue. But it doesn't mean that it is. It could be like the translation layer between like the main menu. I don't know. Okay, so this should take me back to the main menu. So this is the main menu, right? I hit play, and in the initially it wants me to start a server. I figured like the main scene, which is this one. Hey, we're starting a race. I don't know why they skipped me scenes then. Um, is this an issue with Unity, or because like if it's just like at this point I'm willing to I'm willing to go with like this is just Unity jank, right? Like sure it might be the netcode stuff, but like I'm feeling like if things aren't working properly, it's Unity. Open the project and look. Yeah. But whatever. It at the end of the day, it's not like it really matters that much. I don't actually want to use their car. I want to use their car as a base, right? They have too much stuff. And I don't want to have to I don't want to spend the time ripping it all out. But I do want to take a look at their prefabs. So we'll do the prefabs, cars, and then we'll do car one. So we have an idea of this, right? We've got the ghost authoring script, which we can ignore. We've car input authoring, player authoring, linked entity group authoring. This is kind of an interesting one. I wonder if that's something in their scripts. There's the car. One column. There's the player authoring, the vehicle authoring, car input authoring. Okay, so that's car select. That's race. That's checkpoint level bounds. Bootstrap authoring, Unity. We've got our components, which are a bunch of unrelated things that we don't care about. Authoring is not multiplayer. This is setting up the dots environment. It's sort of connected to multiplayer because I think the dot stuff is handling some of the multiplayer. But this is going to be required anyways. Well, maybe not like this exact one because I don't know if I'll end up doing the car input the same way. But this one here is, so no, not that one, this one. So the vehicle authoring here, right? This is setting up the dots. Why is your main menu screen different than mine? The fuck? What type of horse shit is this? Is it because I loaded something different? Whatever. Okay, here's our system base, right? So this is actually doing the processing, and this is on the reference for the vehicle baking data. I think you didn't clone the master branch. I did. I'm on master. Yeah, I'm on the master branch. So this is it's like actually this one here, right? This is their official. I ended up cloning the official one just in case, right? Yeah, 4 months ago. If I go to Unity 6, this one's behind 3 commits, and then dots. This one 11 update package. Is this one the 5? Yeah, this one's the 5. But no, I'm on this one because this is the default. I'm gonna close this one now. Move my controller over. Okay, here we go. The wheel visual 0. Here's our to the wheel game object. Wheel authoring helper is a serialized class. Interesting. So it has the wheel spring, wheel mesh, wheel placement. Interesting. And is steering. And then the grip factor. So now if we open this up, we should be able to, if we click here, we should see all of that. Here's our wheels. Yeah, there's the wheel spring, wheel mesh. So these are actual, like, if I click on this, this should take me to the thing, right? Oh. This has no mesh. To be expected. Because I think the mesh gets added at runtime, maybe? And then this is ghost stuff. Like they've added ghost stuff for always send and stuff like that. Okay, whatever. It's fine. Here's our physics box. Placement front right. Yeah, I should probably eat soon. This is fucking weird. There's our min-max audio for the engine sound. Interesting. Getting some ECS car concepts. Yeah. Well, we're making progress. So let's find the system. There's our system. Okay, so here we grab the vehicle baking data. Right? So any entity, where's entity being declared? No, so it's just an entity. Interesting. So we grab the entity itself. We also grab the vehicle baking data, which the vehicle baking data is here, which is the visuals and the wheel spring entities. Okay. And then the authoring object itself. Okay. To do vehicle authoring, to do there's our suspension is here, which we do the new suspension. So we're every frame we are making our suspension from scratch. That seems wasteful. I don't think that doesn't feel like the right way to do that. Just provision new suspension data every single time we run. But whatever, it doesn't matter because we'll be able to see whether or not we've got enough data here. Get wheel base distance. Okay, what's this doing? Front left, rear left. Calculates the distance between front and rear wheels. I feel like we shouldn't be doing this every frame, but whatever. Get rear. Calculate the distance between the rear wheels. It's so weird. Our anti-roll is going to be important at some point. Not right now, though. Our torque curve, that's fine. There's our vehicle chassis. And that's our downforce. What is our downforce? Our downforce is 50. Interesting. This is chassis data? Yeah. Body collision mask. Okay, here's our switch statement that we were looking at earlier. Here we're creating a new wheel for some reason. Wheel radius, drive torque, drive max torque. Wheel authoring is steering. I see why this runs like shit. It's like rebuilding a lot of this on update. Oh, this is with structural changes. What's this do? Enable structural changes to occur in the Lambda. This mode adds additional safety checks and only works without burst and with run. Important. This we can't use their code. We can use the concepts. We can't use their code. So good. So where are they adding the force? Those are down force. Huh. Gameplay? Maybe? Vehicle anti-roll. Bounds check. Here we go. Oh, this is a job. Okay, here we go. We're into the right spot now. This is a iJob entity. So we have our physics mass, our vehicle chassis. Here we're in the right spot now. And here's our apply impulse. There's the index. This is our upwards vector. Oh, is it? Wait, is it? So the chassis itself is applying a downward force instead of an upward force from the from the wheel. Interesting. Or is this 4 wheels? No, this is for the chassis. Yeah. Interesting. There's our physics world. We pass in the physics world here. I mean, game dev is smoke and mirrors. Yeah, but it feels weird, and it also kind of explains why the vehicle feels the way that it does. It doesn't feel like it's floating right. It feels like it's like it kind of feels like it's floating in the center of mass. And that would make sense if we're only applying a downward force from the vehicle chassis itself down. So you don't have the rock, right? Do I still have it open? Yeah, I do. Okay. Do-do-do. Now let's see how this handles when I'm like half off of something. I wish I could like jump out of this vehicle. Got stuck. Yeah, look at that. The wheels they feel really stuck to the ground. I'm not sure if they really move. Do they go up and down? Yeah, they do. Okay. Interesting. The vehicle does seem to have a tilt to it. There we go. Yeah. Okay. Okay. It's just interesting. They're doing it a bit different than other people do. I wonder if that's for the net the net stuff. Yeah. Okay, so okay, yeah, I see. Watch. If I go over this little bump with my back tire only, it's not going to actually affect the car. If it's shallow enough, it's barely going to affect the wheel. No, it did actually raise up just the corner. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So it does actually raise it. Interesting, but they're only applying it to the chassis. There's our apply impulse, right? Unless there's another apply impulse. Oh, there is. There we go. Yeah. Give me one sec. I'll be right back. I'm going to grab food and more water. Okay, so the anti-roll bar is where we apply. Wait, what? Interesting. So weird. Okay, here we go. So yeah, I mm, I'm assuming okay, so what has the anti-roll bar? We hit play. Let's take a look at our vehicle. Maybe common? Okay, we go to entities. Here we go. Stop. We hit play. There we go. Then we go to see if we can find our vehicle. There's the lobby. That's not what we want. The race. We're not in the race. What's up, Don? There's the audio, the music, the UI, 2D stuff. Which one is it? Maybe this one? This is confusing. This is supposed to be the runtime, not the authoring. Oh, God damn it. Hey, Don. Is there a way to get faster, lower latency on YouTube? Because earlier Demon was saying that my latency was about a minute, give or take. I'm using Restream.io right now. I'm guessing it's probably that, isn't it? One sec. I plan to set up my own Restream system, but I haven't gotten around to it. Yeah, Restream adds a significant latency to YouTube. I'd recommend Atom. Yeah, I was just going to use a Raspberry Pi and stream to that and have that stream out. Oops. Let's see. Steep tea bag for 3 to 5 minutes and stir. No, it's just more that like there's data being sent across my network at all times. So it's possible for me to like, I'm not sure what that means in regards to using your Raspberry Pi versus an OBS extension. Oh, okay. I'll show you. It's really cool and really easy to set up. So you have your Raspberry Pi, and the Raspberry Pi effectively does exactly the same thing as Restream does. You've got YouTube and Twitch. And you stream to your RPi, right? Your Raspberry Pi. So here's your computer, right? PC. You stream out to your Raspberry Pi. The Raspberry Pi streams out to YouTube and Twitch. And all it does is it takes bit for bit and just essentially sends it out. Now, for me, I've got a 1 gig NIC on a switch, right? And then we've got the router over here, right? The router goes into this switch, right? The router goes into this switch, and then this switch comes over to my PC. And there's another switch here. Just because of like the layout of the house and like where everything's located, I have to go switch. So this switch is in the living room, and then this switch is over by my computers. So this one here distributes out to multiple computers in my office, and the stream PC, the main PC and everything is one. So I don't want to overload because this is only 1 gigabit switch here, 1 GB. GB. I could upgrade it to 10 and then it wouldn't be a problem. And it's only because I have a NAS here. So what I was thinking is I take the Raspberry Pi and I hook it directly up to the router. Yeah, no, I was thinking about that. There's the Atom mini one. There's the Atom software extension, And then there's also the new Stream Elements one that has multi-stream capabilities. I just haven't gotten around to setting it up yet. It was more just to punt the network traffic to stream out to multiple systems upstream past my NAS because I use my NAS during streaming. Yeah, but I could go 10 gig. Yeah. 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 You're entirely right, and I'm being entirely silly about it. Hmm. So the anti-roll bar is part of sorry, the anti-roll bar stuff is attached to the vehicle authoring. Okay, that makes sense. Look, we figured it out. The math is mathing. I understand the math here. Mhm. Now we can go back to my code base. And then we can add the suspension. We're going to get rid of this to look up local transform. Ooh, interesting. Okay, so that's going to be important. Wait, what? Is this in the wrong spot? I think this is in the wrong spot. There we go. Hmm. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to delete all this extra code that we don't need. And this. And that. And this because we're not using it. We're just going to delete everything that we're not using, and this is going to allow us to figure out exactly where we've misput something. Okay, so this comes down like so to here. So this needs to be moved into, oops, into here. If I'm not mistaken. No. This is the on update. There we go. Oh yeah, there. We unbroke our code. Okay, so here we're going to do the hit. This is vehicle config dot value read only dot suspension length. Suspension length. Suspension length divided by vehicle configure value read only dot wait. Spring length versus rest length? That doesn't look right. Oh. Yeah, we'll probably add that then. Okay. So if we come back here and we go suspension length, and then we've got the suspension position, we've got the position, which is an offset, and then we can what we want to do is we want to figure out the distance between the s- yeah, we want to find the float distance between the topmost point and the bottommost point. Find the distance between 2 points. I think it's just minus, right? Okay, vector 3 distance. I wonder if float has that too. But that's irrelevant because we've got this in vector 3 here, and then all we have to do is to do there's the length, and then we do suspension rest length equals uh, vector 3 dot distance between the authoring dot local position, and then we take the same local position here, and then we add the multiplied by the authoring dot suspension front left position dot up. Or sorry, no, we want this to be the vehicle, right? Vehicle chassis dot up. Is the vehicle chassis not an object? Whatever. We just want an up vector. Vector 3 dot up. Multiplied by the authoring dot suspension length. And this is plus, not multiply. And this returns back a float. It's 2 vectors and returns a float. There we go. There we go. We don't care about this. And this is wheel front left ray cast hit or ray cast result. dot hit. That's a raycast. Oh, right. We want this here. And then we don't want this because we don't care about this right now. Then we don't want this, and I don't think we care about some of this other stuff right now. So this is the front length difference. And then we imply the impulse to the CE index, which I think is the chassis entity index. I think. Local transform. No, wait. Value readout dot rotation. There's our up vector. Local up. There's our anti-roll bar stiffness, which we don't care about doing right this moment. We can say we want this front force. What was front force? Front force was the front length diff multiplied by, we'll say the string strength. Vehicle configuration dot value read only dot suspension strength. And then wheel center. And then this would be the location of the where we the location of the suspension, which would be vehicle configuration dot read only dot suspension front left position dot position. And then physics world physics world was public physics world. Oh, it's just world. And then this is the entity index. Now this should apply that pressure to okay, so if we've got the vehicle here, right, facing you, it should apply the pressure right here, and it should flip it a little bit like this. And we will find out how good or bad this is. Okay, so if this worked, my car should flip to some degree at least. If it ever loads, it will flip. God damn, that took forever. Just doesn't load. It does nothing. Hmm. Yeet the wheels? Yeah. Apparently. I can't tell if we're just not applying enough pressure. Uh, let's do this. We'll do this. The hot reloading is killing me. Yeet the wheel. Yeet the motherfucking wheel. Someday over the rainbow. All right, so the wheel should just still fall still in completely the wrong spot. Yeah, that's fine. Now let's go to console. Okay, so we're applying force. We're just not applying enough force. So force is being applied. Find the force of a spring. Calculate the force of a calculate the force of a spring. If you left Unity for a long time, like days, the compile time will go up. So sometimes you need to restart it. The force extended exerted by a spring, an object attached to the end of its It's proportional to the spring's change in length away from its equilibrium length, and is always directed towards its equilibrium length.
So say we have some spring here. This is the same spring. Let's call this, spring A or something. And this is also spring A. But what we've done is we've compressed it over here. So let's say maybe it has an undeformed length of 1 meter. And then what we want to do is we want to put some force on it. We'll call this force F. And then we're going to compress it with that force to some other length. We'll say that now the length of the spring is, say, 0.6 meters. Okay, so we want to solve for how big of a force do we need to apply. Well, first of all, we need to know what the spring constant is. So we'll say that, we can write it here, we'll say that K is going to be equal to, say, 25 kilonewtons per meter. That's 25,000 newtons per meter. All right, so what we do is we go use Hooke's law. We have F is equal to Kx. You might also see this written as F is equal to K delta X, because what we need to do is delta X is the change in length from the undeformed position. So in our case, we can write over here, we'll say K is equal to 25 kilonewtons per meter, and X is going to be equal to, well, we have 1 meter minus 0.6 meters, so we can write that 1 minus 0.6. So this will equal, let's write it down here. X is equal to 0.4 meters. All right, so now what we need to do is plug this in. So our force that we're going to apply to the spring is going to be equal to 25 kilonewtons per meter times 0.4 meters. Okay, so our meters cancel out. We get 25 times 0.4. So we have our force, can't draw. Our force is equal to 6.25 kilonewtons. And that's pointing in that direction. Or if you prefer, we can say,
Okay. I get this. Okay. So the kilonewtons of the spring itself per meter is my strength, the spring strength. And then 1 meter. So in this instance, we just take the distance that it's being compressed, or the distance that it's being extended. That makes sense. I wonder why that is, though. I could kill it and reopen it, but actually it might be worth it. Let's see if that's the issue. I think I left it on overnight. After this finally builds, we'll kill it. We'll save and kill. And Unity just takes forever. This is all we needed. Okay. Where are debug spheres, though? There's our green one. Wheel hip position. We could also do this, float 3. Wheel hit POS equals float 3.0. And then we do wheel hit POS equals. There we go. Where is that video? That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. This one's it here.
And so now this spring really is not going to want to move. So even if I compress it down and let it go with the same strength coil, it has to try really hard to push that spring because it's really resisting any kind of motion. And maybe somewhere in the middle, let's take out that honey and put oil inside. And now you get something that doesn't resist it too much, lets it get right back to the rest position, but it doesn't overshoot very much. And so these are two numbers that you can then tune to get a spring to behave exactly how you'd like. Now, one thing to keep in mind is that these numbers are relative to the mass involved. So imagine you had a really weak spring and you put it on a car, the car would just slam down to the ground because it was so heavy. Similarly here, depending on the mass of the objects that you're trying to affect with this spring, you might have to make the strength and the dampening bigger or smaller depending on the mass involved. So here we have again our final formula for a spring force, and this is what is called a our car. The code.
So spring direction, world space, velocity of the tire, which we can get from velocity will be this one. All right, let's get the velocity of the tire. It's float 3. Wheel hit. And then the POS to do is the ray result position. Is the wheel hit dot position. And then instead of just having the wheel do this, right? Update the local transform of the wheel. What we're going to do is we're going to have this update to this here to visualize things, right? And say wheel hit position, POS. What's the problem here? Oh, right, it's this one. Wheel hit POS. Is that it? Right, this needs to be a actual transform, right? Where was it? And this would be wheel FL location position equals wheel hip position. There we go. Right, I forgot to remove the old one, didn't I? Wait. I'm trying to learn Unity and it's tearing me up inside. What do you mean it's tearing you up inside? What's happening with our wheel there? It just disappears. It doesn't actually just disappear, but it just disappears. I think it's this one. Dots. Suspension. Front left. Is it this one? No, we can't jump to it. We can't jump to it. Can we jump to the chassis? No, we cannot. Right. Okay, let's take a look at this. The local transform's correct. This is correct. Oh, there it is. It's soul crushing and I sound low. When you say low, do you mean just quiet? All right, so this is jumping to the center point because it's utilizing this, which makes sense because we're not adjusting based off of the location. We're updating a relative location based off of a zeroed system. But don't worry, we're in this together because I am also learning Unity. Okay, so the wheel hit position is not relative, right? There's the wheel. The wheel's going to 0, 0, 0, 0, which is arguably correct. But not really what we want. Okay, so we've got the vehicle. Here's our local transform. Our local transform returns back the position here, but the position is wrong because it's not adjusted for. It's because the entities aren't attached, so they're not relative. So we have to do a little bit of math to adjust this so it's in the right spot relative to the actual suspension location. So if we do wheel do position equals suspension world position there. Now we've got the correct location. And now we can do the offset. We're still snapping to the wrong spot. I wish I could just, I really miss having a debugger. Let's change this color to blue. And see what we get back. Because this should be putting the blue sphere in the spot that the wheel should be. And it feels like it's not. So we're looking for the, where's the, do we have another green sphere that's being drawn? Oh, we do. We do. We absolutely do. This is what we want here, right? Then if that's the case, we want wheel FL location transform dot position there. And let's turn this one blue. There we go. Now we'll see what happens. That's good work. It might not. It might. Who knows? Yay! Wheels bouncing to the wrong spot, but yay! We got something. The suspension's a bit low right now. So that's a bit weird, but that's fine. We can fix that later. The most important thing is, can we get the suspension in the right spot? Like, can we actually get the suspension to kind of work? And the answer is a hard maybe. So we don't really care about this stuff right now. So the wheel position minus the up vector, local up, here, and then we multiply this. So this would be plus, yeah, this. We multiply this by the vehicle configuration dot value read only dot wheel radius. And this should put the blue dot in the right spot. There we go. Look at that. It's in the right spot. It's beautiful. Okay, so that puts the wheel in the right spot there. But when we still this is still not putting this in the right spot. And I think it's because the position is incorrect. So if I do debug debug.log wheel location. No, I think I dun dun dun. By the way, Chrono, is my volume low? Should I turn it up? Just a smidge? Okay. Yeah, I can turn it up a little bit. Filters. Right, I am at max. I'm at 30 decibels additional for gain. Let's turn gain 2 up just a little bit. Let's see if this works. I don't know if this is going to introduce any like extra background noise or something like that. Actually, wait. If I remove this, yes, and I remove the expander, where are we? Oh, it's the expander. Or is it the compressor that we need to remove? Testing. Is this better? I think this might be better. There we go. This is a test. We are testing things. There we go. I got I got it back. It was the compressor. Okay. I think the wheel is still ending up underneath. Yeah, it is right there. I moved down to 42% and you sound good. There we go. I went from max to 42%. What a day. Okay. So now, oh wait, I forgot that I actually was supposed to be logging this. Wait, because the vehicle's actually at 000, I think, right? Yeah, the vehicle's actually at 000. So we're not actually getting this needs to be a world position. Because it's not oh, that's so annoying. No, not vehicle controller. So it's this. This is what we need. That's not the one that we needed. Where is it? This is the one that we need. This is supposed to be a local transform and it's really not. Okay, so then we do location. Okay, wheel. FL location transform dot position. Okay, and then we return that into here. Oh wait, this returns a local transform. So we just do this. Right? This is how did it override that? That's not what I wanted at all. We wanted this. How did we get the wrong thing here? And this returns back a actual transform? No, it's a float 3, so it's a position still. And then we take this and we're going to save that into itself. There. And then when we build, this is doing a little bit extra, but we're going to get to the correct spot is what we're aiming for. Rip. Yeah, some progress at least. Here, are we still overriding it? Yeah, we're still overriding the position. You know what? You know what? There we go. Let's see if that works. That's still not correct. Why is it still? Yeah, it's a hidden donut. Come on. Why are you like this? This is supposed to be a world position though. There is the alternative for this. Sorry, this, where we actually attach the suspension to it. Actually, wait, I have an idea. This actually might be a better idea. There's the local transform. Let's just grab the world transform. Local to world. This might actually work. Might work. Hey, it kind of worked. Let's see if we've got hidden donut. We don't have hidden donut, so we we figured it out. Okay, so we don't need the local transform at all. We just want the world transform. Then when we do the update here, we need a new world transform. Because we can't mutate the existing world transform. So what we need to do, because this takes in the component type, right? So we need a new, so this would be a world local to world, new world, new wheel location equals new local to wheel FL Oh, is that what it is? Where is it? Here it is. No, I don't think it has setters. Oh, it's value, right? No, there's Oh, yeah, because this isn't a setter. It's just yeah. So in a float 4, I think so this is right no, these are the directions And then this is your world position and your scale. Construct a float form matrix from a single unit value by converting it to a float analyst. I think that's what the one guy was doing in the video with the position and rotation. Probably. I just so annoying. Because like, okay, so why does it works for some and it doesn't work for others? It's so weird. Right? Because like, okay, so if I take this and this is a local transform, right? Then we have our local transform. One sec. Local. And right, so we've got this is a local transform. Then we can do this math here, right? And this is supposed to transform it into a world position. Right? So if I take this, so this is supposed to give me a world position, right? But here we're supposed to be setting a local position. So it should be relative to the object itself where it is. But it feels like it's setting it globally, right? I do really wonder how much money these guys actually make off of all this spamming, because like it's really to the point where like everybody knows, and Twitch doesn't do anything about it. I do wonder why does Twitch like view botting so much? Like they seem to love fucking view botting so much. I don't know. I don't understand it. It degrades the quality of the service. But they're like, yes, ViewBot's good for platform. But sure, it pumps numbers, but it doesn't do anything. Viewbotting is fundamentally bad for a platform, right? Like actually, it's pumping your numbers like that is actually bad for the platform. It will kill the platform. Well, they say that they care, but yeah, like so, it fundamentally kills the platform, and especially platform like I it doesn't hurt your platform as much if you have like if people are subscribed, and if your money comes from people, right? So like if we've got a bunch of people here, right? And our money comes from these people here, right? This group of people. These people are paying into the platform, right? And they're viewers, right? And this is what pays our bills. Viewbotting doesn't matter, right? Unless these people are complaining because viewbotting's hurting them in some manner, viewbotting doesn't matter. If ads are how we plan on making our money, viewbotting destroys ads. It actually destroys your platform for ads. Because you have like all of these people on the platform, right? And if all of this is view bots, and you know, we'll paint these people green because they're the actual money. This is what they're paying for, right? But you're tricking them into paying for this. The ad people. And then the ad people are going to be like, our ROI on this platform is fucking garbage. So we're going to pull all of our ads because we don't make any money off of them. Right? We see a lot of numbers and it gives us negative ROI. So why would they continue? Right? And it's like we spend a bunch of money on Twitch and we lose it. It's effectively sending it into a pit of we're sending it into this pit of fire, and it just burns our money alive. And it's just like, so like why would they just not like actively ban these people, right? Like I can understand if it shows up in my chat for like 0.0 seconds that somebody said it, but Twitch should be actively removing it, right? Because it's not like that person. I wasn't necessarily the first person that I just banned came in and dropped that to on their platform. They see it. That person did that to 1,000 people or more in like the 10 seconds it took, because it's not a real person. There's not somebody sitting behind the computer. It's literally a fucking bot. Yeah, they could do pattern matching. They could see, hey, this person just spammed out the exact same thing to 1,000 people. Let's insta ban them. Right? They've been on, like they just started using the platform in this manner. They know that. And they just spammed out to like 10,000 people the exact same message, right? So we ban them. Or we time them out on everybody's and we erase all of those messages because it's obviously spam. And I don't understand why Twitch is so fucking lazy about it. It's starting to get annoying because like other people have solved this problem for Twitch, and Twitch refuses to actually just solve the fucking problem itself. Sorry. It's just it's getting a bit much, right? Yeah, no, it totally is. YouTube's pretty good. I think this isn't a problem on YouTube, right? Because YouTube is proactive because they actually make their money off of this. I think the biggest problem is that Twitch doesn't make money and they just don't care anymore. And they haven't cared about making money for a very long time. To be fair, I also think that Twitch is a failing platform. It is what it is. Like I don't want it to fail, but it is a failing platform. Yeah. To be fair, part of the reason why you don't see this on YouTube is because YouTube has a more robust platform for chat, and that's why that stuff doesn't make it onto YouTube, is because it's much harder for somebody to put it on, make the bot to actually spam somebody on YouTube. But it's super, super, super easy on Twitch, right? So it takes like 10 seconds. It takes like to write the bot from scratch, right? With no additional like with absolutely no third-party plugins. You can do this in Python. You can write the entire platform to spam thousands of people in like an hour using nothing but the standard library. You don't have to pip install anything. You don't have to install anything extra. It just, and I know because I've done it, not to spam people, but I've done it. I've like actually actively created Twitch bots for my own channel, right? You don't have to worry about like, do people interact with it, yada yada yada, right? You just need to have a system to be able to log in, send messages, and jump between channels, and that really doesn't take much. You can like, I think if I'm not mistaken, you can even auto connect to like 1,000 different channels at once, and then you can just send them out on the individual channels. It's like, it's such an easy thing to do. But yeah, it's because like to do YouTube, you need to have like API keys that you need to get through the Google Cloud authentication services. I think it's Google Computer, whatever like that. You sign up for that account, and then that account gets banned, and then you have to sign up for another one, right? So you have to like, and then like you can't automate grabbing those keys, right? So you have to actually, there's a lot of manual steps involved with getting a chatbot onto YouTube. And then like YouTube requires, in order to really spam things out on any Google platform, you have to actually like verify things and go through an authorization process. So like it's so much extra work that it's not worth it. And then Twitch chat is IRC. It's straight up just IRC, so it's just a WebSocket that you're sending data to. Sorry, some things just annoy me, unreasonably annoy. Okay, so can I move this? Okay, let's skip this, right? We'll skip this. We'll skip this. We'll do the actual write, which is this one. And I want to set it to literally just the bottom, the very, very possible bottom. Okay. So if we have the current position, right? Where is my wheel? Here's my wheel. Yeah, here. So we get this, and then we do wheel FL location transform dot position plus equals, and then we say we want equals the wheel transform dot position plus up vector local up times vehicle configuration dot value read only dot wheel point here, right there. And this is our max possible, right? So this will be a float 3, and then max, or sorry, minimum, min wheel location equals this. There. I might be able to do this. Wheel left location transform dot up. No, I think I still want the wheel vehicle configuration dot value RW dot No, wait. Sorry, give me a second. Local up. What's the issue here? Oh, right. Vehicle suspension. Front left position. That position. Sorry, give me a second here. So this is the class. Okay, so this gives us the vector, the float 3. It might be worth it. Dots is gonna force you to do stuff, right? I think this is already a position. Is it not? Oh, it is. Okay. This is to do. Right. This is the position. This has the position, but it doesn't have like. Fuck. Damn it. All right, I'll be right back one more time. Okay, so I have to rethink some stuff. I understand why they have the structure now in that one a little bit better, because this is causing problems. Because of reasons. So we need a suspension. And then hopefully we spell suspension correctly. We did not. God damn it. Ugh. All right, where was my typo here? Look at that. Okay, so these I want to have local transforms. Okay, and this will have public entity vehicle. There's my parent. Or here we'll say the vehicle chassis. There. Okay, and then we'll have public struct vehicle wheel data. There we go. And this is not needed. The wheel data will have the radius. And we don't care about that. We do care about this stuff, though. And we care that we spell vehicle correctly. Now, if I remember correctly, it's around here somewhere.
Professor Dave here. Let's discuss.
There it is. So as long as it has a parent, but I think we want a rotation and a transform. Unity dots transforms. To declare a transform hierarchy, you must do so from the bottom up. This means that a parent to declare local transform component. We just need these. I think we can. I almost feel like we can skip the scale, but whatever. Why is this showing up like that? Then we also need the no, why is this comment pink instead of green? Also, why are these pink and not blue? Like the coloring rate, the syntax highlighting here is messed. Oh, okay. Probably that then. Entities referencing. Prefab is an entity. Public entity wheel. Although I don't think this is required. I think because we've got it already set, we can be fine. Okay, so now we can get rid of this. Yeah, we can get rid of this stuff. There. And then here we can do public and this would be we don't need an array, do we? This would be what was it? It was public. What kind of array was native array? Native array of wait no. This would just be the vehicle suspension. Suspension. Because we're only going to have one. Oh no, we're going to have 4 of them. So this is a native array. Vehicle suspension. And then public native array of wheel native array for entities. And this is going to be vehicle wheels. entity. We come back into this physics sample. We're going to get rid of those. Get wheel info. This is okay. So this is what we're doing here. Something like this. Oh, okay. Wait. We can actually do this correctly here. Instead of this as being in entities, we can have this as vehicle suspension data and vehicle wheel data. Wheel. It's like, look, I made this kind of thing. Okay. Did I delete that? No. Okay, sweet. Now for the wheel data. Vehicle wheel data. Get wheel data. The allocator, I want this to be constant. Vehicle wheels. This can be a list of game objects. And then instead of making this list, we're going to say wheels. And we don't want this allocator to be temporary. Use an allocation. I feel like domain's the correct one, but it might be persistent. Unity, what is a domain? In Unity, a domain refers to an isolated section of memory where all your game's scripts and their allocated data are stored. Essentially, the current state of your application, including variables, values, Hmm. Because persistent allocations can remain indefinitely, safety checks can't detect if persistent allocation has out- outlived its intended lifetime. As such, you must deallocate a persistent allocation when you no longer need it. The minimum alignment of persistent allocation is 16 bytes. Okay, so this is the baker. Hmm. So I want to say that it's going to be persistent. No, we'll say domain. This should be fine, right? Why is get entity not working? Give me one sec here. Okay, I put this in the wrong spot. Vehicle chassis, the wheel. The wheel is going to be the graphical representation of the wheel. And then I guess we can get away with not all of this. We should be able to get rid of get around this with just public. Actually, I feel like the wheel data should hold this. So this could be a rigid transform, and this is going to be world from suspension and world from chassis. Vehicle chassis. Wheel transform. Wait. This makes sense. Oops. This is the graphical wheel here. And this would be the chassis, vehicle chassis. But we want, so if we grab this, the next parent, the parent up would be the suspension, right? The individual suspension. And then the suspension body, right? Let's rename this to suspension body. And then the chassis, but we could also pass in the chassis. No, it's not this vehicle chassis we want. We want the suspension. Actually, no, we don't even care about that. We can grab that. We just need these. Uh, hmm. I feel like we should be passing in, like this should hold a reference to the parent, right? We'll transform position. This should be a float for rest length. This should be a float for max length. Float for strength. And a float for dampening. Okay, so we don't use, this is a wheel, graphical wheel. Here, we don't use this. Then we've got, so this is the wheel itself, right? Which is this wheel here. And then we want this here because this has the offset, right? So we want the transform parent position. That's fair. And then the chassis is parent, parent, parent. So we one parent of a parent of a parent. That's not right. What we want is this maybe the center of mass. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3 position. Okay, there we go. Which one of these has the rigid body? Damn it. It's not quite what I wanted. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so we're just going to use the chassis. We're going to use the world suspension. Hmm. Okay, there we go. And then we can do vehicle suspension equals get vehicle suspension data. Authoring dot actually we'll just pass an authoring at this point. Okay, and this returns a native array of vehicle suspension data. And we're going to take in a list of game objects. And this will be suspension points, allocator. It's going to be a public list of transforms, and it's going to be suspension points. And then we are going to authoring dot suspension points. And this is going to be a list of transforms. There we go. Then we're also going to, actually, I guess we do just want to do the authoring. Oops. Because there's enough going in here that it actually probably is just easier to do this. The rest length is the suspension transform local position. And the suspension authoring suspension length. Yeah, that seems right. Watch this completely break. Thoughts player system now broken. We can officially say we broke everything. We're back at square one. We're back at square one, but we have more we have more information now. Vehicle configuration. Hmm. It's probably this. Hmm. Watching you code is starting to get me to want to code again. That's good. Hopefully it's for all the right reasons. And not because I'm terrible at it. This needs okay, so they both need a public entity of a vehicle chassis. Or sorry, parent. Which we're going to call vehicle chassis. Then these should be entities, maybe? Okay, so this needs to return entities. Yeah, that's not how that works. native array of not entities. Okay, wait one second. This is what we want. We want this. Oh no, this the suspension. Add component. Get entity transform usage. So this just returns an entity that we're going to add to. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, I see how this works now. This could return back entities, right? If we get a entity, oh, we could get we can just use the wait. These can be game objects. And then the suspension points down here. It's 3. So we're at 1, 2, 3. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Right? This is the chassis. And then we want the after we build this, then we get entity. I already hate this. This is why are we doing this? For int I equals 0. I and This can be a game object. Suspension point. There. Now it's not as awkward to deal with. There we go. One entity. Interesting. Must be a valid unmanaged type. Huh. Would have air control after they jump. Do you think an FPS player would have air control? It depends on your game. Wait, this is changing to an entity? Wait, what? Is it? Wait, is this an entity now? Oh, wait, that's the. I see where that error is. There we go. There's the wheel baking info. Oh, interesting. To native array. But why doesn't this one cause any problems? Sorry, you've probably already answered this, but let me do switch engines. That's a great question. I have already answered it, but it's okay. So I'm switching because the Unity Dots entity component system is more fleshed out than the Unreal mass entity system. The mass entity system is still experimental, so it has a lot of bugs and it keeps changing. And I don't want to invest the time, effort, and mostly I don't want to invest the time into something that's changing. Because we don't know when it's going to be released into beta or production. And then like anything that I do now could get erased and they could release something better. So I'd essentially have to build an ECS system. I'd have to build on top of their shaky ground for an ECS system versus building on top of a system that's not in flux. It's supposedly fully released, supposedly. Is it by the way, is the text on my screen too small? Should I can potentially blow it up a little bit. For my editor, that is. Yeah, we can make it a little bit bigger. That being said, I just want to say this. I still do actually prefer Unreal. Is it? That's not it. It's this one, right? I think it's that. Did that make it bigger? I don't feel like it made it bigger. Let me make this really, really big. 16. Let's make it 20. It's going to be really big and I'm going to see if it adjusts. It does not adjust. Okay. I want this to be 14. Oops. There we go. I think theirs are because they're temp. So they're not carrying as much. But when I do them as we could try we could try temp. But temp, I find it throws errors. Let's try it temp and we'll see what happens here. Also I want to get rid of that. Oh, you know what? It's probably the wheel. I'm assuming it's this. But it also could be this. 6 compared to I don't know enough about Unity. This is my first version of Unity, so I don't know the differences. No, this one should be fine, I think. Oh, wait. I know why. Yeah, I see it now. I see it. This points to this, which 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 points to this. Yeah, I see the error. I see it. I see it. So it's this and this. Hmm. This should fall. No. What do you mean bear pointers? God damn it. We even did them as temp. Hmm. Now I'm just trying to think. So I could bring this entire thing in. I don't want to, but I could. The vehicle entity is wheel is. Public byte steerable. This is the problem right here. This and this. These two are the problem. If I go like this, it's going to stop complaining. But now we don't have the entities that are those two entities. They're not being attached. If I do this, it's just going to fall. Nothing happens. So what if So let's take a look at their baker again. Configuration. Oh, wait. No, because I almost feel like I need to break these out into individual pieces and then just link back to them. I feel like it's the only way to get this done. Oh. What if I do get entity? Okay, so this takes in a game object. Is there any other get entities? It's a component. Okay, we're gonna create these as their own things. Then we're gonna do the baker, which is the mono behavior. Public. There we go. Oh, that's why. It's doing. It's a really weird situation there. Not at all what I wanted. There we go. Public struct random move. I don't think this is right because the other ones don't have it. Give me a second here. This doesn't have it either. So why does this require it? Oh, it's because of this. There we go. Vehicle authoring. We can even give it a vehicle chassis. Here we go. Hmm. Now we need a vehicle suspension data. And then we're going to take this and we're going to move it over. I think that's right. Yeah. What we're going to do though is we're just going to delete that and then public, and then it should start filling it in. Nope. Okay. That's cool. Vehicle. There we go. So are you setting up the different properties of a vehicle handling in your game? Yes. Is there a library you're using? No. Well, sort of. I'm using dots. So I'll show you the game, the Unreal game, the Unreal version, and it will kind of explain it. Oops. Local project. Yes, the Unreal version is mostly written in C++, not blueprints. 'Cause I'm not a big fan of. I'm not a big fan of blueprints. So the fun thing about Unity Dots is that Unity Dots has a if you use Unity Dots physics, you can only use Unity Dot physics in your game. And Unity Dot physics doesn't have a lot of the extras that come with regular Unity. So there's no vehicle controller. There's no vehicle system like Unity has. There's there's no nothing there, right? So everything has to be built from the ground up for your system, which is a bit of a pain because I have to learn Unity, I have to learn dots, and I have to learn how to make the vehicle controller. So I'm doing that all at the same, and C# because I don't program in C#. This is my first real time programming in C#. So it's C#, Unity, and dots all at the same time. Oh, and effectively entity component system because this is the first time I'm interacting with one. But it is what it is. It was changing too much, I'm guessing, for them to make components. I think it's that components don't really work. Because like the components are components in dots are effectively the data structures. Those are effectively your components. Yeah. So yeah, this is the Unreal version of it. Spend enough time in here, you'll get to see this a bunch because I demo it a lot. Thank you. So here you can see that some of them are spawning in the air. That's just an issue with it's kind of a little bit of an issue with like the way Unreal deals with things. And then look, there's they can push my vehicle and stuff like that. It's just like there's so many like there's a lot of jank, and like I changed one thing to try and fix things, and it then now everything's broken, and that kind of happened all the time when I was using the mass entity system, and it's strictly because it's experimental. If it wasn't experimental, it would probably just be working properly for the most part. Like there definitely still have to be some things that I'd have to work out, but yeah, this is just like yeah, it's Isekai Crusader Truck-kun's Realm Rescue. Anyways, it's got a lot of like weird buggy edge cases that like would take a lot of redevelopment to fix, and I'd have to be doing redevelopment into a experimental system inside of Unreal in order to get it to work right. And I was just like, this is just not worth it. How are you going about drawing so many skeletal meshes? Entity component systems. It's the best way to do it. Yeah. So So there's two. If you're using Unreal, the entity component system is the mass entity system, and if you're using Unity, the entity component system is Dots. Dots is quote unquote production ready. It is officially released. It is labeled as production ready, which is the Unity version. And the Unreal version of it is Mass Entity. Mass Entity is how they pulled off the vehicles and the pedestrians in the Matrix demo. And it's labeled as experimental. And it's a very slow process that they're working through to try and figure out exactly how they want it to work. And so it changes and it breaks all the time. Yeah. But also you've got a lot of fakeness going on, right? Like we're faking a bunch of things. So in Unreal, to get it working, they laud it, right? So you have different levels of lauds. But even then it's kind of like and you need a fairly powerful system to run the Unreal version of this game. And my system's pretty powerful, so that's how I'm able to run it. But so I've got some friends that can't run the game at all. Like it runs at like 6 or 7 FPS. It's a slideshow for them. Actually, a lot of people it's a slideshow for. So I ended up taking a look at Unity can do almost toasters. Yeah, so Unity, so the base level system that you need for Unreal 5 is much higher than the base level system that you need for a base Unity game. Luckily, does the ECS instance work like GPU instancing for particle effects? Sort of. Okay, so ECS is an entity component system. And what it does, the idea behind it is that you've very tightly packed your data. And then you execute solely on the data. And you don't execute on anything else, right? So because you're executing on really small chunks of data, right? Then you can do things in parallel, right? And you can you can push it out to the GPU if you really want to. You don't have to. You could do it solely on a CPU. I think Unreal's doing it on the CPU anyways. So because you're running on really, really small chunks of data, right? What you can do is you can load a lot of that into the CPU cache, and then you execute through that really, really fast, right? Because you're only executing on small chunks of data, right? So it'd be like the smallest version of your position in world space, right? And if you don't need your rotation, that is not loaded. It is not used, right? If you don't need the graphic stuff, then it's not loaded. It's not used, right? And then there's another part later on, right? That takes all the new positions, and it's not computing anything. It's just taking the new positions and saying, hey, GPU, redraw these in this location, right? So it's punting all of that. So you're executing things, and you can execute things in parallel, and you don't need to worry as much. Things can be like out a little bit, and it doesn't matter as much, and kind of things like that. There's a lot that goes on in these systems, and they're very, very large systems, but they allow you to effectively execute everything as quickly as possible because you're doing as little work as humanly possible. And I think their particle system is using an ECS system, but I'm not sure. I don't know that much about the particle system, like the Niagara particle system or even the Unity particle system. I think they might be a little bit different, but at the end of the day, it's effectively an ECS. Yeah, right. So effectively, one sec. If we look at this in the idea of memory, right? So I've effectively a regular character, right? Our character here will have like a mesh. You'll have the location, right? The rotation and a bunch of other information. Like it might have health, speed, movement speed, um, physics data, all of that, right? So if I want to change this piece of data here, I have to load all of this into my RAM, right? So it takes up a chunk, right? Then this is already in RAM. So it's loaded into the CPU. Then we execute to change this one here small line. And then it can update on the GPU, right? Now, with an entity component system, what we're doing is we have the character, right? The character might have all of this information, but instead of executing on all of this data at once, we say, "Hey, I want to run this bit of data across everything that has these properties," right? And one of them's the location. And then you execute on that, right? So maybe you pull out just this effectively. And now we're using like this much data. Right? And all of this data is no longer being used. Right? So we freed that up. So effectively we pull out only the pieces that we actually care about. We edit them and then we replace this. Yeah. Because we're using very small chunks of data, right? So the dot system itself, if I'm not mistaken, it utilizes, I think they said it was like where is it? Here we go. So the entire idea of dots is that it runs in chunks. Where are the chunks? Here we go. So each chunk or each piece of data, right, is expected to be 16 kilobytes, right? And a chunk is 128 times 16 in memory, right? Which is two megabytes, if I remember correctly. Yeah. So everything is operated in 2 megabyte chunks, right? And so you can have 128 of these little rotations potentially in here. And when we make the translation over these, we're talking about like fractions of a nanosecond sometimes, right? Versus like loading in like this here could be like, this entire thing could be 2 megabytes, right? Or like 64 megs, right? Because it has the mesh and all of that data. Yeah. So this is where we get our performance, is the very small chunks of data. And then we can also, because these are immutable, right? We can run them infinitely parallel. So if you've got 64 cores or 64 threads on your CPU, right? We can effectively update 64 people at once. So you get even better performance upgrades because you don't have to worry about the world, right? I hope that made sense, and I hope I didn't go a little too overboard. I might have gone a little bit too overboard. So if you have a crowd of ECS, if you have a crowd, the ECS can speeds can let you have each person in the crowd have their own unique states. With sort of. They each have their own unique state, but they all have to be the same. Right? So here's a chunk of data, right? So this is a chunk of data that I can filter by. Right? So vehicle suspension data. When I come into not authoring here, right? If I come into here, right? When we do this, this is our query on the data on the entirety of our entity system. And I'm saying, hey, I want any object that has the dots player tag, a vehicle configuration and data set, the local transform set, physics velocity set, or struct, right? Like it's just a data struct, and then the local to world data struct. And it says, okay, so let me go filter and see what I find. And then it comes back, and then it loops over each and every single one of these, and then I can do some level of mutation on each one of these, right? I need to make sure that I have enough data utilizing whatever I've asked for, right? Because it's only going to give me that information. Right? So like I'll have access to this data, this data, this data, this data, and this data, but nothing else. This is the only data that exists, right? So as long as I've got enough information here, I can update that information and then it can do something, right? So if the vehicle configuration has a speed, right? And each vehicle can have a different speed, right? But if it has speed, I could change the speed to each one individually, and I can randomize a number in it, right? So we can do all kinds of stuff, but as long as each person in the crowd has the same data attached to it, the data inside same data structure, the data itself can be completely different, but the data structure needs to be the same. Although you could just have like 8 different crowd people, right? And they could all have completely different data structures, and then you could just query each one of those ones differently, right? Like you could have like a happy person, and then an angry person, and then um a neutral person, right? Now the crux is that you can only that the angry person will always be angry, the happy person will always be happy, and the neutral person will always be neutral, and they can never change. Well, I say they can never change, but you can do it. It's just really slow, right? So then you could have a different script for angry, you could have a different script for neutral, you could have a different script for happy, and potentially get extra performance that way. But as long as they're not changing, you're fine. Yeah. I learned this last week. It was beautiful. Like literally, I think it was Thursday. It kind of clicked. What's this again? Okay, author new local transform. That's not correct. That is. Yes. Yeah. Because it all goes into a job system. One sec. You said that you do... what was it exactly again? Sorry, give me a second here. Because you mentioned what you did. And I can't remember if it was... Do... Yeah, you're a CG artist, you said, right? So do you work in Houdini? At all? Because Houdini has a lot of these concepts too. Like Houdini works kind of this way. 3ds Max, okay. I don't know anything about 3ds Max. Unfortunately, my 3D applications right now are like Maya, and I'm trying to switch to Blender to replace Maya. And Houdini. I love Houdini. Houdini is my favorite. Yeah. At the moment. I'm sure you'll get it. Okay, so remember when I was saying the data structures? These are the data structures here, right? So here's my data structure for the wheel, right? So I can query for all the wheels. And then this does the baking to the actual object. The baker, which actually creates the entity. This is another one. It creates the entity. And I want to move this up. There we go. Okay. So I think we've got everything we need to do the baking. Okay, so where are we here? Here we are. That's wrong project. Here. This can take this, and then this can be deleted, and then this can be entities. There. Then when we do the baking, wait, what? Temp job allocates. Ah, interesting. Wait, we're not allocating anything yet. Maybe in this case we don't care much about this. And then we come over here. Okay, yeah, I think this does work. Okay, so we come over here. Here's our authoring. This has all of this data that we don't need anymore. I'm going to leave it because I'd rather have it and not need it than not have it and like just in case I have to come back and start adding it again. So we have this, we add the component, which is going to be our vehicle suspension data algorithm authoring. There, we add one of these to each one of these suspensions. There. There, and there. Now we need to do the chassis. Here's our chassis. And the chassis. And the chassis. There we go. Then the wheel. We want the wheel data algorithm. And then the vehicle chassis. Actually, we want the suspension body, I think. No, we want the... We want this and this. Let me just double check how what we're doing here. Well, let me double check what our idea here is. Wheel data. The graphics wheel. This is the parent, which is the not the vehicle chassis. Actually, no, we do want it to be the vehicle chassis. But we also want the suspension. Suspension. Here we go. Okay, suspension. There's our wheel. There we go. Okay, and then the front wheels are steerable, motorized. Wheel is steerable and motorized. Wheel is steerable and motorized. Wheel is steerable and motorized. Beautiful. In this, I think we want a local transform rather than a rigid transform. This actually, no, we want a rigid transform for this one. let's leave it the way that it is, and we'll come back to that. Renderable. Let's also bring these up and there. And then I want the suspension to be there. There we go. There, and then if we do the dots player here, we have the vehicle configuration. And we know that a vehicle configuration also means that it has the other stuff. Ooh. Okay, and then if we grab the what's the wheel baker for? So the baker here, the baker actually, okay, so here's your Unity structure, right? So this is the truck using Unity objects, right? So these are game objects. Each one of these is a game object. But dots can't deal with game objects. It needs to deal with structs, which are very tightly packed. So what happens is we attach these authoring scripts, right? And we describe, hey, this is the data that an authoring script requires, right? And if we come into here, this will correlate with this data here, right? Then we take that data and we build this struct. And this struct is what's important. So if we go to the wheel, right? Each wheel entity will have this information attached to it. This is the process of taking a game object and turning it into an entity and pushing it into the entity component database. So now if I go here and I go runtime, we can click on this wheel and we can see that the wheel has information. So this is the entity, this is what the entity system sees for this at runtime. So there's the parent. And if I go to the suspension here, the suspension body is the parent there. And then the dots truck is the body here, is the parent there. So now I have a parent tree. But unfortunately, and we have child here, and then we have a child buffer. And if I go to the suspension body has child buffers. And the suspension here has child buffers. So now I have access to everything. But this you'll see has nothing. Oh wait, no, this has something because I attached to it. Sorry, center of mass has nothing. The entity does not exist anymore. Please unlock in the inspector to. So this doesn't exist. Center of mass doesn't this doesn't exist. This exists. But this doesn't exist. Dots does not know what this is. It has no concept of this because it has not ran through the baker. Does that make sense? So it bakes down game objects into raw data. Yes. You could also think of it as it bakes game objects into entity objects. And the entity component system is only capable of operating on entities. Isn't it like the opposite of baking? No, if you think about it, right? Because like if you bake normals, right? You're taking the normals, from the high res mesh, right? And you're baking those bends onto a 2D plane. So then you can texture that, like wrap that onto a 3D object, right? You're effectively doing the same thing, right? Because like you need all of those individual points to make it look round, right? So you need all of that extra geo, but you don't want that geo in your end product necessarily, right? So you bake it. So it's kind of the same idea, right? We're taking a really heavy object and we're baking it down into a really light object. After cooking, everything expensive evaporates. So you can kind of think of like the game object as, yeah. So well, you can kind of think of the game object as your high res mesh, and the entity object as your low res mesh. And you're taking data from your high res and pushing it in. You're taking bits of data from your high res and pushing it into your low res. And you do that when you bake, right? So it's kind of a very one-to-one comparison. It's the most one-to-one comparison that I can think of that it relates to the 3D world. Okay, so we've got the configuration. So if we take a vehicle configuration and we ask for the child entities. Can it resolve get, would it be wait. Vehicle configuration dot value read only dot child. Okay. Do Unity dot get children of entity. Actually, let's come back to here and we're going to click on here. And then it is dynamic buffer contains container child. How do we reference this? There we go. Unity transform local transform. Wait, no, it was transform. Unity transforms child. So this would be if we come down here and we do ref read only. Child. Hmm. That's not what I wanted. Oh, this is what it is. Entity manager. So this would be in state. But that's not quite right either. Transform. Ah, it's in the transform. Be like local transform. No, not quite. Hmm. Cool. Children doesn't exist. um, ref RO. This one. Child. And this would be ref RO. Child. And this is an error. Must be actually, would I be able to do, because it has children, would I be able to do I don't think this would work. No, because these aren't like actual references. So I don't think we get them. That's not how that works, Gumber. Coding isn't solely for smart people. It's transform dot child. There's a buffer called child with all of an entity's children. You get the children of an entity. Wait, do we have the entity itself? I don't think we do. So they're saying that we use the entity manager get buffer, but we can't use the entity manager get buffer inside of here. Unless well, what if we do entity? What if we push in the entity itself? Fuck, it doesn't. That's not an option. Wait, I thought I had something like this in the movement script. Local transform random move. Yeah, in. Which is, I think, a read only. So why is it not working here? I'm gonna change this over to using this because I hate typing out this shit. we're just gonna go like this. This literally does make this easier. Okay, let's fix this real quick here. If I'm, oh, wait. So in, I think is, I think in gives us, which, you should use out unless you need to do, no, I want in and ref. Yeah, here. Let's see if we find the dots course here again. Unity dots course. Yeah, this
Really,
guy.
the default ones plus the ones that we just installed. Again, like I said, part of the reason to free aspect to make it. But what exactly is a unit? And down here, I had the selection. Hello and welcome. I'm your code to generate a bunch of positions. So it's over here that we want one unit, tell to move. And you have just a single unit still goes towards the target position.
Where's
Okay,
the
so far so good.
jobs?
Now let's select a bunch more units.
Oh, here we go.
We'll run the execute for each entity that matches that query. So now our goal here is to do literally the exact same logic. So let's just copy the same code. So just copy down here, paste it. And the only difference over here, we don't have the ref.w or ref.ro, so we don't go through the value arrow. Instead, we just modify directly. So just get rid of this, get rid of this one, this one. Multi-thread code is extremely difficult and it is very easy to make all kinds of mistakes. So thankfully, Unity has created the job system, which makes that process much easier. So let's see, how do we create a job? Now, first thing we do is define a struct, and we can define it anywhere, but it makes sense to define it next to the system where we're going to use the job. So here on the exact same file, let's define it. Although if this were a job that would be used in multiple places, then we would probably define it in a proper file. But this unit mover job, this will only be used over here by unit mover system, so it makes perfect sense to define it right here. Okay, so let's define a struct. So that's the first thing. Then jobs are also going to have, and now finally, all the components that are doing some to do this neat query that we have up here, a void execute function. So just like this, and the physics velocity. So let's add those. So local transform. Then we have the unit mover, and finally the physics velocity. Okay, that's our three components. And now here we also need the same thing that we defined up here. We need to define them as either read write or read only. However, down here on the job, this one uses a different syntax. Although actually, technically, you can use the same syntax, so you can use refrw. Technically, you can use this, but the Unity docs they recommend something a little bit similar. So instead of using that, if we want to make something as read write, for that we write the ref keyword. This is the ref C# keyword. This one basically means that this field will be received as a reference. And since it is received as a reference, even though this is a struct, it means we can write to it. And then if we want something as read only, like for example the unit mover, we only want to read this one. For that we use the in keyword. So yep, ref for the local transform, so we can modify it. In for the unit mover for read only, and for the velocity we want to write to it. So let's
Hey, that's what I thought. So ref dots player. Or sorry, no, this would be in. This would be in. This would be a ref. This would be a ref. This would be an in. Explains why I couldn't. Local to world. Yeah, that's why I couldn't write to local to world. And then effectively what we want to do is come down here. We take this. And this would be here we go. There we go. Okay, so now we can get rid of this and we can take all of this logic here that's not being used and move it out. So we're just going to move nothing. There we go. Beautiful. Okay. So now we have the entity and get component. No, wait. We want the world. We had a way of getting this. System API get, here we go. So I think we want the lowest. We want each suspension maybe. Instead of a vehicle configuration, I think we want a suspension. So each suspension data point is itself a thing. Oh, we're already asking for that. Okay, there. And dots player is not required. And then this would be a vehicle system. Oh, wait, we have one right here. No, we can leave that for now. And let's make this. Sorry, I'm a little bit scattered brained right this moment for this. Oh yeah. Thank you. We want the vehicle wheel data. But what if I do entity dot child? What if I do system API dot get children? Get buffer lookup. Get buffer lookup? It's probably this. You may not use system member get buffer lookout outside of a whether the buffer data is only read. I buffer element data? Is there any performance difference between using Okay, so each one of these has a child. So if we go from here, it has a child. What if I ask for the parent? Unity dots get parent of entity. Get component data. Use get buffer instead. Ah. I think it's this. And then this wants get buffer. No, this one's a class. Game object convert object. Child is a I buffer element data. Any manager has component child. Many thanks here. Here's the code if anyone needs it. We'll perform print with the child count with the array. So this is not available here. Is it available out here? Method has been renamed get buffer lookup. Oh, get buff. So it's buffer get buffer lookup. And then it takes child and we can say true. Should be able to do nothing on this. And can we just do this? Get component lookup? How did I use get component lookup? Uh, use this method to look up data in another entity using its entity object. For example, if you have a component that contains an entity field, you can look up the component data for the referenced entity method. Okay, so if I go like this, and we go back to the vehicle mechanics here, and we re-enable this, right? Come back over here. We're just gonna and then come over to here. We're just gonna okay. Now when I come back into here, this is gonna throw me an error, right? Yeah, this is gonna complain about an error of move this field. for a serialized I component. A serialized I component? This AI shared component. They're not doing that, and that's the part that is weird. This is the part that freaking just is just so weird. They're allowed to do it here, but I'm not. Why? Why is it like this? Why does it hate me? Like, I get the general idea of it. List of wheels. And game objects, list of that. And then all we need to do realistically is do this, and it would be convert to entity. Unity dots convert game objects to entities. I think that it's in, it might be in this one. I think these guys did it. Or was it this one? One of these did it where it was like, it just bulk converted. Oh, to native array. Yeah. Ah. Wait. So, so if I go to oh. Give me a sec here. It is not authoring. It is. It's not vehicle mechanic authoring. Wait, what? It changed a lot. Oh yeah, yeah. Here. Suspension points. I think that's the one that we're going for, right? I have a feeling this is gonna still throw my error. Yeah. Doesn't like arrays. Which is like all fine and stuff like that, but like it's like I don't like arrays, and then they give you this here, and this utilizes arrays. And it works here, but it won't work in the other one, and it won't tell you why it won't work. Like it won't tell you why it works here and not there. You know what? It might be this. Let's see if this complains. Let's see if it was that. Hey, I found the problem. I think this solves my actual problem. Now that I think about it. Hmm. Hey, look. I think we fixed it. We go back to authoring. I think we fixed it. Look at that. Yeah, I think that actually might be the play. Just get the vehicle wheel data, and execute over that. The good thing about Unity is you can do things freeform, and a bit anything about Unity. You can do things freeform. About yeah. It's the good and the bad. Okay, so I can come back. We go back to the suspension. The suspension doesn't necessarily need to know about the wheel, but the wheel needs to know about the suspension. And the wheel already knows about the suspension. So the vehicle system here should actually be working off of the wheel, not the suspension. Wheel data. Oh, shit. I'll be right back. Hey, look. There's a fire alarm. So get suspension data. Somebody's brownies are done. You may not use. Oh yeah, because this is going into a job, it's a little bit different. Required for updates. All right. My eyes are starting to go cross. I'm starting to go cross-eyed here. So I'm gonna call it a night and come back to this tomorrow. Ow, my face. I think I have to do this in the long form where I do the RO and stuff like that because that's the only way to get the system because it's not in a job. Um, it makes it a little less elegant to type out, but it's only one vehicle, so we can not worry about it as much because like the non-player vehicles will be handled a little bit differently. All right, you have a good one too. Thank you to everybody who showed up, and I will catch you tomorrow. Do another good like 8 hours of streaming, or 7 to 8 hours of streaming, hopefully. All right. In the meantime, thank you. Good night.